Let's get nasty on a Thursday. It's the Fast Lane on 101 ESPN with Andrew Marsh and Jamie Rivers. I'm Anthony Stalter. 202, your time check is brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers, an officially licensed Rolex jeweler. Appreciate everybody joining us via the YouTube channel at 101 ESPN STL. Or if you're listening right now and you want to participate in the show via the text line, you can. Jamie just got shocked again. 314-399-9646 is the Air Comfort Service text line. Of course, you can leave us a mic drop throughout the course of the show as well via our 101 ESPN app. You all right?
Yeah, I'm fine, Anthony. I'm fine. You know, my hair before I started this job was the same color as yours.
Yeah.
And this microphone hasn't been fixed. And look what's going on around here.
Jamie's going to play through it.
Yeah.
So we start off the show today talking about the Cardinals. We spent a lot of time yesterday talking about what John Mozeliak said to Martin Kilcoyne in that Fox 2 exclusive. And I don't think we played this cut yesterday, but it sets up perfectly with something that Greg Amsinger told the opening drive this morning on 101 ESPN. So here's Mo talking about, first and foremost, if any players are untradeable.
You know, I always hate that phrase because, like, there's always something that would make you say, I would trade someone. So, you know, I think the fact is, like, we hope we can keep our core together and then, you know, supplement it properly.
Who's the core right now for you, Jamie?
Core. Okay. Well, it's in my opinion, it's Arenado for sure. Goldie. I think you have to say Contreras based on his contract. I think you have to say he's part of the core.
Yeah, I agree with that. Walker?
Yeah. I mean, you put the young man into Walker.
You're projecting. It's not. Walker sounds weird to include Walker in the same conversation as Goldie and Arenado, but we're talking about a core that you're also looking to build upon in the next 3 to 5 years.
Yeah.
Goldie might not fit in that 5-year window.
No. You never know. Tommy Edman? You think he's part of the core?
I would include Gorman in my core.
I was going to go that direction, but I wanted clarification on Edman first.
I think I'm not moving on from Tommy Edman.
I don't think the Cardinals are going to trade Tommy Edman. I think Tommy Edman's going to be a long-time Cardinal.
Yeah, but I wouldn't say he's a core piece.
But does he not become part of the core?
I'm thinking about like foundation pieces.
All right.
When I think of Tommy Edman, and I'm going to compare this to, like, the Blues core when they won the Stanley Cup. Like, he reminds me of, like, a Jaden Schwartz type player. Not, like, in terms of skill set or anything, but a really good piece to your team, but you were willing to part ways with him, and it is what it is.
Yeah, you're probably a better team with him, but
for sure,
if it's going to prevent you from making a trade that helps you in another area, I think that's where that line is kind of blurred a little bit. Like the Astros, Bregman, Altuve, Tucker,
Alvarez,
their whole lineup, and I forget about Alvarez only because he's been hurt. But those are the four guys, and then everybody else around him. You know, like Yuli Gurriel during their championship run, really nice player. You moved on from him
for sure.
Martin Maldonado, same deal. Like, good player, but you eventually moved on. But you had your kind of four pieces. All right, now I want to get into what Greg Amsinger said. So you heard Mo talking about whether or not anybody is, we'll say, untouchable as opposed to untradeable. Here's Greg talking earlier today, and Greg Amsinger, of course, of MLB Network, joining the opening drive as he does each and every week, talking about Arenado and Goldie, whether or not they should get traded, will get traded, but also what Greg kind of views overall for the Cardinals in the NL Central, which is, I think, the most interesting aspect of this.
Look, I'm not talking to anybody in the front office. I'm just using my common sense. I say what I feel, and I say what I think, because I don't think about too much stuff. So I tell them on the air, I go, no one, you're not getting traded. I know what you said to John Heyman. You're not getting traded. You and Goldschmidt are not getting traded. Now, will Jordan Montgomery get traded? I think he will. Will Jack Flaherty get traded? I think he will. Paul DeYoung? Probably. Tyler O'Neill, Jordan Hicks, that group might get shipped off. And I think that's what John Mozeliak was alluding to. But the core of the team is going to stay intact. Why? Because the core of the team is good enough to win the division next year. The core of the team is better than the core of every other team in the division. I know everyone's all over the Cincinnati Reds right now, but it's a game of adjustments. The Nolan Arenados of the world, the Paul Goldschmidts of the world, they're on adjustment for 243. Ellie De La Cruz hasn't made one yet in his career. Matt McClain hasn't made one yet in his career. So we'll see how the Reds perform going forward. But to assume that they're this juggernaut and they're going to hold the NL Central by the throat for the next 5 years, I think we're getting ahead of ourselves. So I think John Mozeliak is going to make moves. He's going to acquire young talent, trade while the stock is pretty high on some of these guys, but he's going to keep the core together. He's going to spend money in free agency for starting pitching. He's going to reimagine the bullpen, and he's going to go try and get him next year. I don't think this is a teardown. Don't think that it's going to be a teardown in St. Louis, because it's not.
Let's focus on the National League Central. The comments that he made about the NL Central. What do you think, Jamie?
I think he's right. I mean, he is. All year long, I mean, at different points, all of us have said that when you look at this roster on paper, specifically the positional players, you're kind of like, it should be a lot better. Like it looks like a pretty good team. So if what's true is that these guys have just had an off year, a down year, then what Greg Amsinger just said is 100% correct. That the core of this team overall, the crux of the players, are better than anybody else's players. And yeah, the Cincinnati Reds are having a really good season so far, but the youth of that team, the wheels could fall off in the second half. Mm-hmm. And I'm not suggesting the Cardinals catch them. I'm just talking about they drop in the standings.
Right.
So when you look at each team lined up side by side, I think you have to look at the Cardinals and go, man, this could be a quick turnaround for them. Like next year, we could be talking division champs. I'm not going to get ahead of myself and say anything past that, but that would be a hell of a rebound.
I agree that Amsinger is right. When you look at the core for the Cardinals, and as it relates to the NL Central, he's right. They have the best core of the teams currently, as constructed currently. The Cubs could go out there and make a bunch of moves in the offseason, then we'll have to reevaluate. But Amsinger's right from that standpoint. If I'm Mo, though, I have to look beyond the NL Central. This has been part of the problem. It's a balanced schedule now. You're not facing the NL Central more times than not, which means, in my opinion, your line of thinking has to adjust too. Your philosophy has to adjust. Your vision has been altered because one of the aspects of your season has been altered too. A variable has changed. You're not facing the NL Central more than any other. You are, but it's a balanced schedule now. So you're facing,
and all the teams are in the
theoretically,
same category.
Jamie, the variables have changed. I have to now view this. If I'm Mo, I don't just view it as the NL Central. I view it as, how do I get my own team better so that I can compete beyond the NL Central? There has to be a fundamental shift in the way that this organization thinks. Because to just get in, Jamie.
Yeah.
Are we really just hanging divisional banners and getting swept in the wild card round?
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. I guess where I look at it right now in the present is you're also the worst team in the worst division. So why not, can we just focus on being the best team in the worst division first and then worry about the next steps? Because I don't think this is a one-step process for the Cardinals. Like, I think it could be to get back into the playoffs. Mm-hmm. Do I think it's a one-step process to get them to the National League Championship or even a World Series? No. I think this is a 2, maybe 3-step process for the Cardinals to get there.
I agree.
And so when I look at where they are currently, 11 and a half games back, I believe, maybe
yes.
11.
11 and a half.
11 and a half games back in the worst division in the National League. Mm-hmm. I have to now focus on getting to the top of the worst division before I have to worry about anything else. You can't just start looking beyond. You can't just try to build the penthouse before the foundation is built.
You're absolutely right. But we both agree that a quick turnaround can happen because of what they currently have on the roster.
Yes.
And because the NL Central features the Pittsburgh Pirates, who barely try, the Cubs, who are going through their own retool, the Brewers, you never know when they're going to trade one of their star players, i.e. Corbin Burns, and the Reds are young and exciting, but to Greg's point, they haven't had any adjustments yet. We're talking about a pretty small sample size, as exciting as the Reds are. But if we can agree that there could be a quick turnaround, that tells you all you need to know about the NL Central. And again, if the goal is to just win the NL Central, you're not setting your goal high enough, in my opinion. You have got to.
So we're saying the same thing. We're just our timeline is blurred here. The goal for me next year is to win the NL Central. Anything above that would be gravy. So yes, are my standards still set low? Yeah, but right now where you're at, that is actually setting the bar pretty high because you stink right now. So being an NL Central champion next year, that's a major step for them. Now, move past that to the next season. Now we should be focusing on getting to the National League Championship or beyond. So that's where I am in this process with the Cardinals.
Let me ask you this.
I'm tired of the, hey, let's just win the NL Central mentality. I'm tired of it when they're in second place or first place, I cannot be tired of when they're in last place, looking up at the entire division. Even the Pirates, who don't care about winning, are ahead of you.
Right.
So for me, it's all steps that they're taking moving forward. I'm a big believer in you have to conquer the first thing before you can get to the second thing or the third thing. And that's where I'm at. So my end goal is the same as yours, identical. That you no longer can build your club to just be NL Central Division champions, but you have to start off by doing that in order to get to, Plan B and Plan C.
Yeah, I understand.
That's all I'm saying.
The step, right? Yeah. What changes though from a year ago? Let's say the Cardinals win the Central next year. What changes from where they were in 2022 as an organization?
Well, their pitching took a nosedive.
Right.
Took a nosedive. This is why you're not competitive in the Central right now. Is your pitching. If you still had Quintana, if Waino was actually Waino, not injured and battling through, and Michaelis, you'd be right at the top again. You would be. But you don't. You didn't. Matt's bad start. Michaelis, bad start. Flaherty,
Yeah.
Waino, bad start. Dakota Hudson, bad start. Jake Woodford, non-existent. So Matthew Liberatore, just kind of bad overall. So if you would have had average pitching, you'd be at the top of the division or in the mix.
That's what I'm afraid of. What you just said there, that's what I'm afraid of, Jamie.
What's that?
I don't think it's going to take much to get the Cardinals to go from, let's say they finish in fourth place this year, to winning the division a year from now. I don't think it's going to take much, meaning they may go out and get a couple of average starters and say, well, we're better than we were in 2023.
Yeah, but that
good.
Can't be the end goal is what I'm saying.
But
I'm okay with that being part of the process, but not the end goal.
I think there needs to be a major organizational shift in philosophy.
Yeah,
if you constantly go out and get...
But then you're going to have to tear it down.
I don't think you're going to have to tear it down.
I think you are.
If you're going out and getting if you're paying average pitchers, you're going to get average results when it's all said and done. And just because this year the bottom fell out, I don't think that you should go for average. And I think that's what they have been doing outside of the Goldie and Arenado deals.
Okay, I don't disagree with you. The way you worded that at the end, I don't disagree with you. Where I disagree is I still believe in order to conquer each tier at a time, next year, I'm sorry, the Cardinals this offseason are going to have to add some average pitchers in their rotation. They have to go get a big fish. Don't get me wrong. Like Aaron Nola and Blake Snell, I would have them at the top of my list going, hey, Bill, how much money do we have in the slush fund here? Because one of these guys has to wear the birds on the bat next year. Once we get one of them, now I can fill it out with Lance Lynn and Rich Hill. And do you see what I'm saying?
I do. My fear is that Lance Lynn, Rich Hill
end up being the only thing. I know.
Exactly. Yeah.
I know.
And then it's like, hey, we won the NL Central. We accomplished it.
Yeah.
Look how far we came. Well, you didn't run very far. You tripped.
Yeah.
They're running a race. That's what I'm saying. I understand.
I guess you'd have to look at who the free agent pitchers would be available next offseason, too. So if the plan is to really kind of smash a housefly with a sledgehammer in a year or two, maybe Lance Lynn and Rich Hill get you back to top of the Central Division.
Yeah.
Then they're gonzo. And now you have all this money, maybe, that you're ready to spend, and you have a legit ace that's available that you can target.
Right.
I still would go after Snell. Aaron Nola and Snell would be my main focus this year.
That's Jamie Rivers. I'm Anthony Stalter. It's the Fast Lane on 101 ESPN. All right, so Mo said, and I quote, I think right now I can tell you that we're going to trade people. That's what he told Martin Kilcoyne the other night on Fox 2. Who do we think he means by that? We'll get into that next on 101 ESPN.
Well, I think right now I can tell you that we're going to trade people. I just don't know if it's going to be like household names or more of guys that just aren't likely going to be here next year. And so, it's easy to talk about what we may or may not do at the moment, but we're not going to just give away players. We want to get some value in return. We want to get some return that's going to help us for 2024, and that's going to be really our focus as we enter the trading period.
Cardinals president of baseball operations, John Mozeliak, the other day on Fox 2 with Martin Kilcoyne. Who do you think he's talking about, Jamie? If you were to section it off in almost like tiers of who the players that Mo will trade at the deadline or has intentions to trade at the deadline, what would your tiers look like? Let's start with the obvious ones.
Well, the obvious ones are Monty, Flaherty, DeYoung, Hicks. Who am I missing?
O'Neill, if he's healthy.
O'Neill, yes.
Stratton.
Yeah, I could see Stratton. Mm-hmm. Yeah, because there's going to be a team. There's going to be a team that is looking just for kind of viable bullpen help. I think that's good. I think Stratton's a good one. Okay, so I agree. If somebody's willing to give him, and look, he's right. He can't just give players up. For DeYoung, for example, you're not going to give up a major league shortstop. I realize his track record. You're not going to just give him up for nothing.
He's fine this year.
Yeah,
he's fine.
You should get
I wouldn't walk away from Paul
DeYoung
DeYoung for nothing.
We're going to do some fun with trades a little bit later on, but if you could attach DeYoung to a pitcher, that may net you. You may go from a AA prospect to a AAA prospect. Mm-hmm. The centerpiece. That would be my line of thinking. But I agree with those names in terms of for sures. Do you think Hicks is a for sure? Because I would definitely trade him.
His contract is up, right?
Correct.
I'd absolutely trade him.
His value is, I'm looking at it this way. His value has not been higher since entering the league.
What do you need him for?
Right.
Honestly, what do you need him for?
Nothing for this year.
Games that you're going to lose?
And we have seen how
that was harsh.
How topsy-turvy. No, you're right. We've seen how much a bullpen can go from stellar to terrible or above average to below average throughout the course of a season.
Yeah. Can you bring him back?
Absolutely. If he's willing to sign here.
Yeah. I'm just wondering because
I'd almost have that mindset, quite frankly.
That's kind of why I asked is trade him, and when he doesn't get what he wants on the open market, because players like that never seem to find exactly what they think they're worth.
Yeah.
You let him come home.
Yep.
And you sign him to hopefully a good deal for him, but also a team-friendly deal, and you got a guy that you know right away.
I'm with you. So who would be in that next tier? Guys that you wouldn't be shocked that he dealt, but at the same time you could see it.
Kisner.
Or I'm sorry, you wouldn't be shocked, but at the same time you'd be like, okay, that's interesting.
I think Kisner almost goes in that first pile now that Herrera's
I
up
think
here.
Kisner too, yeah.
So we move him over there.
Mm-hmm.
Beyond that, I don't know, man. I don't know. What else are you trading? You're not trading Nootbaar unless you're really making a move, because you've seen in the offseason what the value of Nootbaar is. Mm-hmm. The Oakland A's kind of told you what the value for Nootbaar is. Sean Murphy. Now, it may not be that right now, but you still can get something for Lars Nootbaar, and I'm not ready to give up on Lars Nootbaar. I'm not. I think there's too much upside still there in the individual, and he's not alone in having a season that's been full of ups and downs.
Mm-hmm.
If the Hall was right, any player right now, if the Hall is right, but if I'm offering up players, I don't think Nootbaar's at the top of my list.
I wouldn't. I have a similar take on Carlson.
That's where I was going.
I wouldn't trade Dylan Carlson. I wouldn't trade a 24-year-old outfielder that really hasn't developed yet, because I think he could be that next guy where we look a couple of years down the road and say, well, gave up another guy that could be starting in our outfield right now. I realize that Dylan Carlson hasn't lit the lamp yet, but I wouldn't be willing to deal him. However, if let's say the Dodgers wanted Montgomery and Carlson and were willing to give you 3 pitchers, including one of their top guys, would you entertain that deal?
If it was Carlson?
So they're getting Montgomery, they get pitching help, and they want Dylan Carlson because their outfield's has been a little shaky.
What team is this?
Dodgers. They have about 5 guys, 5 or 6 pitchers in their top 10.
Because it's the Dodgers, I would make that deal.
Me too.
Because they've got a proven track record of finding talent and developing it. They don't always keep it. They sometimes use it and flip it. And other times they plug the hole for, 10 years with that guy. Mm-hmm. So, yes, based on it being the Dodgers, I would.
This is the same organization that developed Julio Urias, developed Josiah Gray, who is now with Washington. They have developed.
Didn't they develop
guys.
Timmy Tightpants?
Oh yeah. I forget about him because he's been injured now. But Walker Buehler, guy, and Clayton Kershaw. We're going back a while now. But Clayton Kershaw,
recent.
I agree. If it costs you a young, cost-controlled outfielder in Dylan Carlson, but you wind up netting 3 guys, like let's say they gave you their top 2 pitching prospects and then one guy who's in single A right now, it'd be hard-pressed for me not to do it. If I could revamp my starting rotation with a rental in Montgomery and a prospect that may hurt down the road,
Carlson would be the key
it.
piece to that for the Dodgers.
Yes.
Because Monty, they may not get him back.
Right.
So,
I think he's going to be a Yankee. I just got a feeling.
Pretty sure about this, huh?
I don't know. I think he likes the Yankees.
Maybe he doesn't anymore, though.
Oh, he does.
Maybe now he's anti-Yankee and he's going to be a Red Sox.
Oof. Ouch. Other than that, I don't think anybody else surprised us, right?
No.
I don't think they're getting rid of Tommy Edman. I don't think they're getting rid of Brendan Donovan.
No.
I don't think any other relievers are really going outside of maybe Stratton and Hicks.
Yeah, there's nobody else that I would look at and go, okay, that guy's gone for sure.
Yeah.
Now, if there was an ace out there to be had somewhere, like, what's your threshold if the White Sox just say, you know what, we're changing paths here and Dylan Cease is now available? Mm-hmm. What's your threshold? Like, would you give up Gorman for him?
Yeah.
It'd probably take more than Gorman.
It would, but yeah, I would.
I would use Gorman as the centerpiece in that one.
And then you got to fill it in.
Then you got to fill it in,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Yeah, I would. Because, Jamie, I'm of the mindset, I've said this a lot. I'm of the mindset of if you don't have pitching, then you don't have anything.
Well, and you got some young bats like this Chase Davis kid. Listening to people talk about him, left-handed bat. Apparently, he had the best swing in all the draft. Right. He should have been a top 5 pick, but the Cardinals managed to get him where they did. I mean, if this kid's the real deal, you're kind of talking about another Gorman in the making, possibly.
Yeah. All right, so looks like we're dealing half the roster come the deadline.
I don't see any problem with it.
Yeah, good call. That's Jamie Rivers. I'm Anthony Stalter. Do the Blues need to add more physicality to their game? I think that answer is obvious. How do they add more physicality to their game? That's next on 101 ESPN.
I'm Andrew Marsh. It's time for a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. LAFC with a clean sheet yesterday, a 3-0 loss for City SC. They'll be back in action this upcoming weekend. We'll talk with Kyle Hebert tomorrow as he joins the show every week, so be sure to check that out tomorrow. The Cards back in action tomorrow as well. 7:15 taking on the Nationals. We'll talk about them throughout the remainder of the show. We'll have Matt Holliday joining us today as well as Chris Kerber to talk some Blues hockey. And speaking of Blues hockey, how do the Blues add more physicality to their game? We're going to get into that next right here in the Fast Lane. I'm Andrew Marsh, and the Sports Center update is driven by Johnny Londoff. Find new roads and shop 24/7 at londoff.com and londoffautoplex.com. Are you kidding me?
Blues need to add some physicality to their game. I don't think there's any question about that, but how do they do so? Jamie Rivers, Anthony Stalter, when we talked to Matthew Tkachuk a couple of days ago, Jamie, we had asked him what was the major difference between the regular season and the postseason. This was his answer, and I don't think it's going to surprise most hockey fans.
It definitely is different than the regular season, but I think all teams are different. I think that hockey and playoffs, you still needs a certain type of mindset to be successful. But, I don't think that Tampa, they're not like a huge, heavy, hitting team, but they're in your face and they don't give you time, and they beefed up a little bit. And when they beefed up, they won their cups, So they learned, and I think that's still the template for winning. And yeah, the Blues, I remember, watching the Blues when they won their Stanley Cup. That was what made them successful. They were a big, heavy physical team that just wore you down. And it took, till game 6 or 7 in every series for them to win. So I think that's what it takes. I think that we were definitely trending that way, our team. And then, unfortunately, there was obviously a bunch of injuries that kind of happened towards the Carolina series and into the Vegas series that hurt a little bit. But like I said, that's playoffs. That's, it takes some luck to be successful in playoffs as well. And you got to be lucky and be healthy, and that's a big part of it.
So, Jamie, we know watching the 2019 Blues, you listen to Matthew Tkachuk now 4 years later say the same thing. We know that physicality in the postseason is a must. How do the Blues get more physical, though? Because if they don't have it on the roster, they're going to have to do it in a style of play.
Yeah. You can't just create size, right? You just can't. And you can't just create physicality. So you're going to have to rely on certain players to carry the mail in that situation. Because to a man, the Blues don't have the most physical roster. They just don't. I mean, you look at Thomas and Kyrou, they're not hitting anybody. Booch every now and then gets involved, but Booch has a different kind of physicality too. He's physical with the puck, meaning like David Perron used to be, where it's impossible to take the puck off his stick. He drains all of your energy because you're constantly trying to take away the puck. So that's a different kind of wearing the opponent down.
But I would include that in the physical. I don't think it has to be run somebody through a wall. Just in terms of finishing your checks, but like you said too, being physical on the puck, where you're wearing down an opponent, especially throughout the course of a series. So I would include that, if it just me.
Yeah, no, I agree, and I think that's where Kevin Hayes too comes into the picture. Is he's a big guy, he controls the puck well, he protects the puck well, he forces the other team to use a lot of energy in order to try and get the puck back. Braden Shen, that's an obvious one. Brandon Saad, not a whole lot of physicality to his game, not a whole lot of puck protection. He's kind of that stereotypical, straight north and south winger. He'll get to the front of the net, but you're not going to get too much physicality, which is fine. Not every guy has to be molded the same way. Kasperi Kapanen, he's more of a physicality guy down low in the corners, the cycle game. Jacob Vrana, you're not getting much there from him. But Sammy Blais, he kind of brings layers of physicality. One, he can run you. If you got your head down, it could be lights out for you. Two, he's tough to get the puck from. Three, he gets to the front of the net and he causes just chaos all the time. Oscar Sundqvist, same thing. I think this is why signing Sonny was a big deal for the Blues. Not only did they solidify the middle of the ice, but they've gotten a lot bigger, the middle of the ice. If you look at their center iceman last year, even though Noel Acciari was a physical guy, he wasn't a very big guy. You've replaced Acciari with Sundqvist, and you've replaced O'Reilly at 5'11" with Kevin Hayes, who's 6'5". And now you've got Braden Shen, and you've got Robert Thomas. It's a different mold of a player right there, but the center ice has gotten bigger. So I think that's one way that you, whether it's hitting guys or protecting the puck or on the forecheck, that's where the physicality comes in. Where you're lacking is on the D core. I don't know what to do. Like, what do you do? You've got Colton Parayko, who's a big guy. He doesn't play an extremely physical game. However, he did pick up the physicality in the latter part of last season. It was noticeable. Justin Falk plays a physical game, but he's still only a 6 foot tall, 200-pound defenseman. Not that he can't do damage, because he can, but that's two guys. Where's your physicality coming from now? Bortuzzo? Okay, but does he play enough? Will he be in your lineup every night? Tyler Tucker? Will he play enough? Will he be in your lineup every night? I ask you these questions because you have 9 defensemen right now. And of the 9 defensemen, you probably got 2-ish guys that will be mainstays that are physical. Because you got Leddy and Krug Krug tries to be physical. He's just not physically imposing. Nick Leddy does not even try to be physical. He uses his skating ability to close out plays and take the puck away and angle guys. It's just not part of his game. Marco Scandella, from time to time, you get some physicality, but it's not really part of his game. So now you're sitting there going, we have a lot of guys that not sure.
Yeah.
And I think that's why Army wanted to try and make a move here in the offseason. Sanheim's a huge dude, like 6'6", 6'7", I believe is what he is. So he's trying to put that oak tree back there again. We talked about the Vegas Golden Knights. Talent-wise, apart from Alex Pietrangelo, we're going to leave him. We'll put him on his own island because we don't have a comparable. Mm-hmm. Talent-wise, the rest of the blue line is not that far off from what the Vegas Golden Knights had. I mean, if you look at Alec Martinez, are you telling me he's that much better than Justin Falk? Probably not. Probably pretty equivalent. Shea Theodore, you got Torrey Krug, talent-wise. Now, Shea Theodore's a little bigger, but that's where the size comes in.
Yeah.
McNabb, huge. Haig, huge. Like, these guys were big bodies. And that's where it's going to matter the most for the Blues when it comes to the physicality or even just boxing players out in the middle of the ice, not letting players into the middle of the ice. That's what Vegas did. Their defensive core doesn't have, like, to my recollection, they don't have a guy that goes out there and just takes someone's head off. No, but you can't get to the middle of the ice.
Right.
Like, hardly ever. So now all of your chances that you're getting on net are from outside the dots.
Yeah.
When you get a good goaltender, which Jordan Binnington and Joel Hofer, quite honestly, they can handle those shots from outside the dots, but it's the middle penetration that's going to be the problem for the Blues.
Right.
So when I look at the team overall, as far as a roster construction is concerned, the roster's in better shape from a construction standpoint than it was last year. Now, the key question is going to be, can the defense eliminate the middle of the ice? That's to be determined because the current group did not do it last year, and nothing has changed. I mean, you have Tucker, you have Perunovic that hopefully have bigger roles on this team, but still to be determined. So will the defensive core be able to pick up their game, change their attitude? Not their attitude, their mindset. And will Mike Weber be able to add something to this team from a system standpoint? Will Craig Berube recognize something that can be done with the forwards in order to help too? Because that's what we keep hearing over and over and over again the last couple of days is it's a 5-man unit.
Right. It's
not just the defense core. Where I push back on that is once you get down near the blue paint, if I've got all my forwards down there, there's a problem. There's a problem. And you're going to be running around all friggin' night chasing your tail because you're going to just be running back and forth, and the other team's going to just work you.
It'd be nice if those guys were fresh for your own zone time.
Yeah, 100%. So that's kind of my breakdown from a physicality standpoint. And if this team is, this roster is built to be playoff ready, for me, it lies solely in the hands of the D-core and the undersized guys. If they can, not say play tougher, bigger, if they can limit the damage to the middle of the ice.
That's Jamie Rivers. I'm Anthony Stalter. It's the Fast Lane on 101 ESPN. Each Friday we talk to Matt Holliday, but Matt is going to join us next, and he's actually going to give us the next 2 segments. So Matt, gracious enough with his time to give us a couple of segments. We'll talk to the Cardinals Hall of Famer about a variety of topics, including his son Jackson Holliday playing in the Futures game. Certain Cardinals young pitcher was there too. We'll get Matt's thoughts on Tink Hence coming up next on 101 ESPN.
Our guy Ron, the Wizard of Comfort, Swiss Air Heating and Cooling, he's got you covered. And we know that the heat is coming. It's inevitable. It's going to get so hot here in St. Louis, and you're going to wish that your system worked. And the one way to make sure that it works is by keeping it in tune. Hence the Magic Tune from Swiss Air Heating and Cooling. It's a $69 program to where they come into a 29-point cooling system check to ensure that the cooling system that you have is working properly for the St. Louis heat. So rather than replace, Anthony, how about we just keep it up and repair?
Well, Jamie, you save money over the long haul. It's not just saving money when you're replacing a system like I did. No, now that I've got the system replaced, I want to make sure that the unit is running at peak performance all the time. That's what Ron, the Wizard of Comfort at Swiss Air, is going to do for me. So when it comes to that Magic Tune, you're looking at lowest cost of ownership over the life of that entire HVAC unit. You're looking at for the summer months, you're keeping your system running efficiently so that your monthly payment is as low as possible too. And of course, when it's the winter time and that heater's going constantly, you want to make sure that you're still seeing the savings over the course of the winter. That's what Swiss Air is going to do for you. In addition to the $69 Magic Tune and that 29-point cooling system, Swiss Air is also offering $35 off any service call. It's normally $95. It's only $35 right now. So give them a call. Jimmy's got the number for you.
Yeah, call Ron, the Wizard of Comfort, at 636-978-7800, 636-978-7800, or visit SwissAirSTL.com.
explain Cardinals Hall of Famer and fifth member Matt Holliday. We're hanging with Holliday on 101 ESPN.
Powered by Air Alliance Team Heating and Cooling. Getting the job done quickly, correctly, 100% of the time.
Before we get to our guy, Matt Holliday, let's hand out a pair of, actually one 4-pack of tickets to next Tuesday night's Budweiser Bash. One ticket. We're going to do this one at a time.
That would be awesome. You're going to go alone.
I hope you like strangers, because we're handing out 4 of these puppies. No. You're going to win a 4-pack of tickets to next Tuesday night's Budweiser Bash for Cardinals and Marlins. Next week's Bud Bash game features a limited edition bobblehead of our guy, Brad Thompson. That's right, a Brad Thompson bobblehead. You just got to text in 314-399-9646 to win the Budweiser Bash tickets for Cardinals and Marlins. Here's your question. Brad Thompson, our guy, he had his scoreless streak end at how many innings? What's the number? How many innings? What was his scoreless streak? If you know that and you're the 101st texter to 314-399-9646, you'll go see Cardinals and Marlins. Get your hands on a Brad Thompson bobblehead as well. Get all the details on this season's series of Budweiser Bash Cardinals games now at cardinals.com/promotions. Jamie Rivers, Anthony Stalter joining us right now via our celebrity line is our guy, Matt Holliday, Cardinals Hall of Famer, World Series champion. What's up, Matt?
Hey, guys. How we doing?
We're doing great. The little love for BT's got a bobblehead coming up.
Wow. Must have run out of people.
Oh, Matt.
What's funny, Matt, is that I hear this is the second time he's had a bobblehead.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
What are we doing here?
Well, he has a baseball player and an announcer bobblehead, or is it 2 pitcher bobblehead?
No, you're right. The first time it was Brad the player, and now apparently it's Brad the broadcaster.
He's got a microphone in this one.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I can buy into that.
All right.
Exciting.
We'll get you one.
We'll talk to some people and try to get you one.
We can tell how excited you are for BT, so we'll get one for you.
The way the Cardinal season's going, people might just stop in, grab the bobblehead, and take off.
That's a good point.
That's very true. Matt, before we get into the Cardinals in the second half, did you go to the Futures game this year?
I did. I left on, let's see. Yeah, I went on, was it on Saturday? So I left Friday. So I got to go in Friday and have dinner with Jackson and then Saturday was the game. I went and watched batting practice and watched all the festivities, and then he proceeded to play 1 inning and got 1 at bat. So I was at the time rather flustered, but come to find out the Orioles called in the middle of the game and told the Harold Reynolds and the crew that he was allowed to play 1 at bat. So I guess he was moving up to Double-A, and they didn't want him to get hurt. I don't know. I was a little flustered going all the way up there. He was supposed to play 6 innings of the 7-inning game, but played 1. But it was a really, really fun experience, and to see him out there, it was a great crowd. I think there was probably close to 30,000 fans there, and watch him in a big league stadium in front of a huge crowd. It was a pretty cool experience.
Matt, I have a similar story that my father had to experience. It's not quite the same, but level of frustration was probably there for my dad. He drove, I believe it was 6.5 hours to watch me play a junior hockey game. And I got kicked out of the game very first shift. And, I got, apparently it was like checking from behind and an instigator in a fight, and I got kicked out of the game. I didn't know my dad was going to be there, actually. But I it was kind of nice because I got to sit with him for the rest of the
game. That's amazing.
He
should have told you. Moral of the story, he should have told you you were coming. He was coming, so you wouldn't have got kicked out of the game.
This is true, but this was before cell phones. I think he couldn't really get a hold of me. Anyways, he was pretty pissed. He did say, at least wait till the second period next time.
Yeah, well, hey. In hockey, sometimes you got to take care of business and you get thrown out of the game. So, in baseball, that would have cost you like 2 weeks. So.
Yeah. Matt, while you were there, did you happen to see Tink Hentz pitch?
I did. and he looked really, really good. I was impressed. I had seen some video and had kind of heard, and I was actually really, really impressed with him and the other guy they had playing in it. His
Victor
name
Scott.
Yes, Victor Scott, who coached against with West Virginia. His swing looks a lot better. He stole. I know he's been stealing bases like crazy. I think he stole second, still third. I was very impressed with the two Cardinal prospects that were there. It was both of them played really well.
Matt, if we isolate Tink Hence for a little bit here, I'm so intrigued by this young man because I feel like he was relatively unknown, and then in the last season and a half, he's really jumped to the front of the line when it comes to Cardinals prospects at the pitching position. How far off is a guy like Tink Hence? Because, I'm looking at him shoving at every level that he's kind of been at here recently, and now he's got the futures game. And the Cardinals desperately need some pitching in the next year, certainly next two. How far off is a guy like Tink Hence?
I don't think he's that far off, Jamie. I think command is always sort of the defining attribute that decides whether or not you're ready to be in the rotation and sort of a guy that can be counted on. I mean, the stuff obviously is there. I mean, he's got 3 pitches. His breaking ball, I think, has a chance to be elite. His body is electric. He's not a huge guy, but the athleticism and the fast twitch is, you can tell he's just a man. He just looks, like the ball's coming out of his hand hot, and he's athletic. And so I think it's promising. I saw 1 inning. I've seen a little bit of his numbers. I mean, I think the only thing is command. As you climb the ladder, you have to make sure that you're not throwing balls in the middle of the plate, and that is really what distinguishes a minor league pitcher and somebody who's a little bit away, and the guy that is ready to come up to the major leagues and be a pillar in your rotation. So I think he's close, and when you have the kind of success he's had in the last year and a half, and then in the futures game he looked extremely comfortable on a major league mound. The moment didn't seem to bother him, and in fact, it seemed to, he seemed to be thriving in the electricity of the game. And I was impressed. I've been impressed from afar, but a chance to get to see him up close. I think it's a very promising pitching prospect for the Cardinals.
Matt Holliday joining us right now, Cardinals Hall of Famer, of course, World Series champion as well. Matt, I know you guys played Arizona State this past year. Over the last 2 years, though, did you happen did Oklahoma State play Arizona at all? Because if so, I wanted to ask you about Chase Davis, if you had an opportunity to watch him or hear of him at all.
Yeah, so we actually were in their regional a couple years ago. And then I've kept an eye on him just because I saw the highlights, and he looked just like Carlos Gonzalez. His swing. I know everybody's made that comparison, but it really is a very similar swing / finish to his swing, and another guy that has tremendous upside. I think there's some swing and miss in there. I think there's been some a little bit of erratic performance in the last couple of years. I think this year was better than last year, but you can tell the power is there. The swing is there. I don't know a ton about his defense, but from what I've seen as far as his his ceiling of being a middle of the lineup type of hitter, I think it's definitely there. So another exciting prospect to add to the organization, and that's what you need. Right now, you're trying to figure out which way which way you're going, and you're going to need an influx of young talent coming soon, and so you add another guy with a big ceiling and hope that he develops the way, especially out of college, that he's not too far away.
Matt, are you willing to hang through a break with us?
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah,
all right.
I got nothing going on today.
All right, we're going to pay some bills, and we're going to get into the second half of the Cardinals season with our guy Matt Holliday next on 101 ESPN. It's the Fast Lane on 101 ESPN. Jamie Rivers, Anthony Stalter, 301. Your time check is brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers, an officially licensed Rolex jeweler. Matt Holliday, gracious enough with his time today to give us 2 segments. So Matt joins us again via our celebrity line. And Matt, we wanted to talk to you about some of the young players like we did in the last segment there, but of course get into the second half of the Cardinals season. So with the way things sit now, the winning the division, even claiming a wild card it's steep. It's unlikely to happen. But for you, who needs to have a big second half for the Cardinals? Whether that's for individual purposes or securing maybe a bigger role next year.
Well, to me, when you start looking at players like Jack Flaherty, who's in his free agent year, I mean, he needs to have a big second half for his contract, going forward, as far as, establishing himself as somebody that, even if it's not the Cardinals, somebody considers a rotation type pitcher. You got Jordan Montgomery, another guy going into free agency who, is got a lot of money on the line. And then you got players like Tyler O'Neill and some of these guys that, these outfielders, Carlson and that need to either, they're either part of your future or they're not. And so you're trying to decide, if you are looking forward to 24, and I think Mo has said that, and I don't know what trades he's going to make, but you start looking at some of these guys and you're trying to make decisions on, well, what can we expect reasonably out of, Tyler O'Neill or Dylan Carlson. And you're obviously going to let Jordan Walker just put him in a spot and let him play it out and let him figure things out in the outfield. And then, I guess you try to figure out if Goldie is somebody that you try to cash in for assets on. If that's something he'll do. I mean, I think he has a no trade clause, and you hate to trade such a great guy coming off an MVP season. And so you try to figure out what to do with that. And, I think there's a lot of guys. I think Wilson Contreras needs to reestablish himself as the offensive player that he's been most of his career, and a catcher that they can count on for the next 4 years and a 5-year deal. There's a lot, Anthony, for me that guys have to prove and to kind of get back, maybe get back going. And it's a very interesting second half to me to see, what that does look like if Mo's talking about making some trades and going to be really kind of seeing what guys have for 24. What does that look like? And I think that's what's fascinating about the Cardinals' second half.
Matt, I always love diving more into the human side of it, having been traded myself, and I know you went through the experience as well. And, you bring up Goldie. It's always interesting when you have such an established star player like that. Going back to your time, as I look back at your stop with the A's before you came to the Cardinals, was that a situation where the team, I can't remember if the team was doing well or not, but were you wanting out of Oakland? Did you know a trade was coming? And if so, how did the players work through that?
Yeah, I mean, the Oakland situation for me was I was traded there in my 6th year, so I was headed toward free agency. They thought they were ready to win. They had some young pitchers that they thought were ready to really kind of blossom, and so they signed a veteran group of position players, Jason Giambi, Orlando Cabrera. We had Eric Chavez and Mark Ellis, and we signed Nomar Garcia-Parra. So I think Billy was trying to surround a young pitching staff with a veteran team, thinking that they were really ready to kind of contend. And with a lot of injuries, and maybe we had some young pitchers that weren't quite ready, we didn't win much. And so I was in a situation where I was, kind of headed into free agency. They weren't going to sign me back. And so you either trade and hope that you get some assets, or you hold on to me and lose me in free agency. And back then I would have been a type A free agent. So you get 2 draft picks out of the deal. So it was kind of a different situation maybe than what Goldie's going through, but I knew I was more than likely getting traded. I didn't know where, but I knew, if a team came to Billy Beane at the time and offered more than what he thought equaled 2 draft picks that are kind of after the first round, after the second round, I think at the time that I was going to be traded. So that was a little bit different situation where I was kind of eager to go play for a team that was in contention, and obviously got traded to the Cardinals, which was a great fit for me, and ended up signing back there. So I think it's interesting with Goldie. I mean, I don't know how many more years he wants to play. If he wants to play 3 or 4 or 5 more years and would like to stay with St. Louis, that, you know, he goes to the organization and says, hey, I don't want you to trade me. I know we're struggling right now, but I really would, you know, maybe like to play it out here and maybe finish my career here. I really like it here. Or if he's in a situation where he's like, hey, I want to go win. I want to try to win a championship, and I'd like for you to, you know, if a good trade that fits the organization comes up and it's a team that's, you know, got a chance to win a championship, you know, I'd be willing to waive my no trade clause and go. So I think that's, you know, that's always kind of the deal with star players that have some control of where they're going or not going, and which is fascinating to me, and what teams would be willing to offer for Goldie, and I think Mo would probably have to weigh that. But it's you know, getting traded, especially when you're playing for a great organization and your family's comfortable and you have a house and you've got young kids in school and your routine is very comfortable and has been for a couple of years now. It sucks. The idea of getting traded and being somewhere else is tough. But again, everybody is very competitive. He's a very competitive guy. He'd like to win. So I'm sure he'll weigh the pros and cons of what it means professionally and what it means personally if any trade comes up. And it's you know, again, it's a difficult situation to up and move, and especially with family.
Matt Holliday joining us right now on the Fast Lane on 101 ESPN. Matt, I think a lot of the things that you were talking about with your situation in Oakland is fascinating. Can you shed some light on, let's say if Oakland was interested in signing you, do they come to you? Do they go to your agent? How do you know as a pending free agent? So in the case of Jordan Hicks or Jack Flaherty or Montgomery, does the team approach your agent or you specifically before the deadline to get a feel for whether or not you would re-sign with them?
Yeah, I think both. I mean, I've had both. I mean, I've had, you know, I think I've had, you know, I've talked to general managers. I think it was me with Oakland. I think they pretty much said they weren't in position to pay and to sign me to a contract that you know, that I was going to be able to get. So I knew that conversation never really had to happen with me and Billy Beane. And he was super great with me and very honest. And I have nothing but the utmost respect for Billy and really everybody that works in their organization. So that part of it was different. But, you know, even with me signing back with the Cardinals, you know, you have conversations with people about parameters and, you know, how happy you are with the organization. And so I think everybody has a good feel on what players are thinking, just because you're around these guys every day. They talk to coaches, they talk to teammates, they talk to, you know, they occasionally run across Mo, and Mo says, hey, you like it here? You know, what kind of years are we thinking? You know, I think that everybody, for the most part, has a good idea of the parameters that it would take to keep players around. And so do you ever specifically get into exact numbers with the general manager or on the field or in the weight room or around? Maybe not. Maybe that's more for the agents, and that's maybe you know, more specific talk for agents. But I do think that there is a way to, you know, for Mo and Gersh and some of the front office people to kind of get a sense of the years and money that it might take to sign some of the guys that you mentioned.
Yes, that's fascinating, because I think about like Jordan Hicks, for example, and Jordan Hicks he's having a really nice run here as the closer, and maybe the Cardinals are interested in bringing him back. But if a contender is going to overpay at the deadline, you know, do you have those conversations with Hicks' agents? Hey, we're going to deal you if we can, but also bring you back if we can. So I don't know. I think that behind the scenes look was great. Thanks, Matt.
Well, yeah, and you know, you look at the Roldis Chapman deal with the Yankees, where they traded him for the Cubs for Gleyber Torres and then signed him back.
It's perfect.
They really got the best of both worlds. They traded a closer when they weren't going to be in the playoffs. They got Gleyber Torres, who's been a nice staple in their organization, and then they signed Chapman back.
No doubt.
That kind of thing can happen. I mean, I think those are, again, when you look at Shohei Ohtani, like if the Angels can't sign him before he gets to free agency, you can say, hey, look, Shohei, we're going to trade you, but we're also going to be very much in the running to bring you back. But we can't let you walk away for a draft pick as the greatest player maybe ever. And if we don't make the playoffs and we don't sign you back, we lose you to free agency, all we get is the 75th pick or whatever it ends up being. Like that sets an organization back.
Right.
And so it's another interesting one for me is, hey, Shohei, we're going to trade you, but we want to sign you back. So would be interesting to see how that turns out also.
Matt, I got one last one here for you, and it's actually about the current team. And I have been in these situations, but certainly not at Major League Baseball level. What does the team focus on here now? Like, as a team, your first half has been less than desirable, to say the least. You have a bunch of competitive guys that are looking to bounce back and save a portion of the season, at least what they can do. What's the mindset of these guys right now, a little refreshed coming off the All-Star break?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a personal pride element, Jamie, of look, there's still, this is still pro sports. They're paying me a lot of money to go out there and perform at a high level. There's still an element of, this, maybe we aren't going to win the division. Maybe we aren't going to make the playoffs this year, but that doesn't mean I can't play great. I can't have the best second half of my career, which if I'm doing really well and we're all thinking about, our performance being high level, then there's a chance we could go on a run and who knows what could happen. So I think that there's this, like you said, the guys will be refreshed and sometimes, having 4 days away from each other and there's a nice little kind of energy when you come back and maybe you practice tonight or maybe you can show up a little bit early at the game for the game tomorrow and have a little workout or whatever. I don't know what their plans are, but I just think that, it's a game, so it's fun. It should be fun to some degree. It sucks losing. I get it. But you can have fun parts of a season and you can have good personal performance, even though maybe you don't make the playoffs. Maybe you don't win the World Series, but, I was with Colorado my first 5 years, we weren't in the running, or I guess my fifth year, we made it to the World Series. But my first 4 years, we really weren't a factor in the race. But I had a lot of fun. I had a lot of guys that I came through the minor leagues with that I grew close to, and had really tight friendships and bonds with. And some of the young guys that got called up, it was a blast to be around them and get to know them and watch them and help them. And so I think that there's enjoyment and there's things that you can do that are gratifying even when you don't make it to the playoffs. So I would say just kind of, focusing on that and who knows, like I said, you can have a bad first half and you run off 10 or 15 in a row or run 10 out of 12 and you look up and maybe you're 6 out or 7 out. I mean, all these things are have been done before. And so I just think that as a player, you got to optimistically come back into the second half and say, I'm going to have a great second half. I'm going to be a good teammate. I'm going to get to know my teammates. I'm going to build relationships that last and go from there.
Matt, we always enjoy talking to you. Thanks for giving us a couple of segments here. Enjoy the rest of your week. Give our best to your family, and we'll chat with you again next week.
Okay, guys, enjoyed it.
Thanks, Matt. Appreciate you.
Thanks a lot, guys.
That's Matt Holliday here in the Fast Lane on 101 ESPN. That was awesome. Talking to him about Tink Kents and some of the young Cardinals players, including their first-round pick, Chase Davis, who Matt kind of followed, and, of course, getting into the human aspect of the
I always
second
like
half.
that because, look, I went through it, but I was not Matt Holliday. Mm-hmm. I wasn't this star player, and so the star player, does he have the option? Does the team come to him and say, hey, do you want to be traded? Do you not? Do you want to it's always fun. I like diving behind the curtain like that.
Yeah, definitely. And the fact that we get a chance to talk to him every week, we can kind of build on conversations. I felt like that with Dave Duncan, where you just kind of build each and every week. You kind of reference things and go back to say, hey, we talked about this before. Now we're watching it play out. So great stuff from Matt Holliday, as always. It's the Fast Lane on 101 ESPN. We have Chris Kerber coming up at the bottom of the hour, 3:30. We'll get into some Blues topics. But coming up next, quick fix or project? We're going to dive into the Cardinals and then some of these other struggling teams, talk about whether or not they're a quick fix or a bigger project. That's next on 101 ESPN. Congratulations to David from St. Louis. He won the 4-pack of tickets to next Tuesday night's Budweiser Bash for Cardinals and Marlins. It's the game that will have the limited edition Brad Thompson bobblehead. He had the correct answer to our trivia question, which was how many consecutive innings did BT have in the minors that were scoreless? We accepted either 57 innings or 57 2/3 if you wanted to be very specific with it. And I think David had 57 2/3. But congratulations to David. We will have one more 4-pack of tickets to give away in tomorrow's show. So good luck to everybody that has participated, and hopefully you get a chance to go see the Cardinals and the Marlins next week. With Andrew Marsh and Jamie Rivers, I'm Anthony Stalter. It's the Fast Lane on 101 ESPN. All right, guys, we're going to do a quick fix or project segment. We know the Cardinals have struggled. They're not the only team, though.
Project. Oh,
agree. You know what? We're in agreement there.
Okay.
So the Cardinals, 38-52, 12.5 games back in the NL Central, obviously have not lived up to expectations. Jamie, I agree. They're a project. They are not a quick fix, unless they're willing to be very bold at the deadline.
What do you mean by bold, Anthony?
Trade Paul Goldschmidt, have him waive his no trade clause,
play
for a contender, win a championship.
Literally just talked about this in the break of destinations for Paul Goldschmidt. He's 36 years old, will be 36 in September, I believe. Happy birthday, Paul, in advance, just in case I forget. He doesn't have a lot of years left in his career to be a part of a rebuild or a retool. He wants to probably win a championship. Yeah. I believe, and Marshy, you can fact check me on this one, I believe Paul Goldschmidt is from Houston, Texas.
Well, he's from Delaware, but he grew up in Houston. He was an Astros fan.
Okay. So if you took Paul Goldschmidt and called the Houston Astros and said, "Hey, man, how'd you like to have the reigning NL MVP?" I think they'd take your call. And they've got some pretty good pitching prospects available, Anthony.
Jamie, welcome. I've been waiting for you.
Yeah.
I said I'd trade him to the Astros like a month and a half ago. I'm so glad that you're here.
Listening.
I know you weren't, buddy. But now you are.
Yeah. It took Matt Holliday to jar my brain. Not that Matt Holliday made the trade. He just said, hey, sometimes crazy things happen, and Paul Goldschmidt, you never know.
The funny thing is, Jamie and I, as you noted, we were walking to the break room to get some more water, and Jamie said, he brought up Paul Goldschmidt. I don't know. It's kind of interesting. And I think he's from Houston. What do you think about trading him to the Astros? I go, you son of a...
I honestly...
Come on, man.
I didn't remember what you said. I can't remember this morning. What the hell's wrong with you?
But it could be a very quick turnaround if you're able to get some top-end pitching prospects. You can make a series of trades and revamp your entire pitching staff, and then in the offseason, throw some good money around at the two guys that Jamie brought up earlier.
Yeah, if I'm the Cardinals... I'm John Mozeliak. I'm getting a nice bottle of bourbon, and I'm going to see Bill DeWitt, and we're sitting down. I'm going to get him a little liquored up. Not totally, because I want him to be able to sign the check. And I'm telling him that we need an ace. Yep. We need an ace. This franchise doesn't and hasn't had an ace in a long time. And there's two guys that are out there, Aaron Nola and Blake Snell. Take the money and offer them both the same freaking contract. I don't care. You have to get one of them. And if somebody jumps in and wants to bid, have to be willing to outbid them.
How many drinks do you think it would take for DeWitt to just say, okay?
Oh, well, if it's bourbon, if he's drinking it neat, probably like 2.5.
2.5 when he gets where he's like, he's starting to feel, in.
He's got that warm, fuzzy feeling. He's kind of like excited now.
Feeling good.
Yeah.
2.5. Okay. I like that.
Why can't you do that without getting rid of Paul Goldschmidt?
Well, because Paul Goldschmidt's going to absolutely catapult this process by getting a bunch of other guys. You're still only going to, if you sign one of these guys, it's only one pitcher, Marshy.
Right.
You still don't have pitchers.
I'm cool with it as long as everyone's cool with losing 3-1 every night, 2-0.
How'd you do last year in the postseason?
Yeah, you lost 2-0.
Right. With Goldschmidt.
Who was on your team?
Who was an MVP?
Paul Goldschmidt's one of your best players, though.
He's one guy.
Exactly.
Hey, Marsh, I understand.
He's the one guy that you can actually somewhat count on during the season.
Marsh, I understand your viewpoint on it. I really do. Okay? I'm trying to build a team
That's fine.
You're just trying to collect talent. And I think that's the major
I'm not trying to collect
difference.
talent. I'm trying to not be in 2016, 2017 when you had decent pitching and no offense. And then you trade for Marcell Ozuna and lose it all again.
Marsh, you're missing the point here.
I'm not missing.
I'm building a team. You're collecting talent. Outside of age and your good looks, that's the other difference, the major difference between us. Okay? I'm not collecting talent anymore.
Yeah, like, what if
I'm building a team.
So let's play it out.
Play the game.
Let's play out the way you're talking.
Okay.
You keep Goldie for the last year of his contract.
Yeah.
You still don't win.
Okay.
Goldie walks now. Now he signs as a free agent with the Houston Astros because he wants to go back to Houston.
Yeah, you blew it, Marsh.
And
Thanks.
You got nothing to show for it.
Yeah.
I'm disappointed.
Shame on you, Andrew.
Shame. Total shame.
Your lack of caring for the St. Louis Cardinals fan base is disappointing.
I think that if the team stinks again next year, then you definitely trade him.
You less
at the
value.
deadline.
For what?
Less value.
Now he's a rental.
Yep.
Okay, but then you're just punting on next year.
No, you're
No,
not.
you're not.
How do you become a better team?
Marsh, you're
without
putting
Paul
up
Goldschmidt?
7 runs a game right
You
now
don't
at
have
times.
pitching.
How do we know if you're even going to get these pitchers?
Marsh,
Oh my
you don't
God.
have
How do we know if they're
pitching.
even going to work out? At least we have something that
You
actually.
don't.
How do you know
You
this
don't.
guy's going to work out?
Who is this guy?
Goldie, how do you know he's going to work out?
Because he's worked out for the past
He's
X
also
amount
going
of
to be
years.
36 years old.
Then why do I care if I'm losing him?
Exactly. Why not trade him then?
Marsh, I think what you're.
Then let's trade him. Let's trade him then.
He's so mad at us
is.
right
He's
now.
Let's
very
just
mad.
trade him. Let's get rid of him.
I think what you're
Let's
looking-
get rid of Arenado too. While we're at it.
keep him.
He's 32.
Yeah, let's
It's
just
a
get rid
different-
of him.
No, he's
Now you're just
32.
being
It's a different
irrational.
story.
And now I'm being irrational.
Yeah,
You are.
Little
You
bit.
are. Yep, a little bit.
Your youth is showing.
It really is. Yeah. Take it from a couple of wily veterans like Jamie and I.
Fine. I mean, we'll see what happens when we have fun with trades later.
Yeah.
I'm going to make multiple trades. I think.
Now I'm really trading. Now that I know Goldie's in play.
I'm not trading Paul Goldschmidt. And it's not because I have his jersey and I don't want that to go to waste.
Did you win with him recently in MLB The Show or something?
No, I haven't played with him on my team.
Oh, wow. Why?
Wow. Why?
I have different first basemen.
Who's that? Who do you got right now?
I have Donnie Baseball as my first baseman.
You have Don Mattingly as your first baseman?
Absolutely.
I mean, I don't blame him, but I didn't know they could play at the same time. Don Mattingly's probably not as spry as he used to
I
be.
wouldn't think so. No.
It's just part of the game.
You know what?
Players get supercharged as well, and so I use Matt Olson.
So this makes sense to me now. This makes sense to me. A lot of Marshy's takes, and certainly his stance here in the last minute and a half, it all makes sense to me. Because he plays a game that's fantasy land, where Don Mattingly can be in your lineup, and you can supercharge guys.
Players
makes sense
Players
now.
are supercharged based on how they're doing in real life. So, like Ellie De La Cruz, supercharged. Why? Because he is Ellie De La Cruz.
Well, then how can Don Mattingly get supercharged?
He's not. He's a flashback card.
Okay.
Seems confusing.
All right. Let's talk to Chris Kerber next.
I don't think we got into the
No, we didn't.
quick fix or
That's all
project.
right.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. I think they're definitely we figured it out that you're the project at this point.
Wow.
Ooh, that was tough, Jamie.
No, in a good way. I have children that are almost his age. You got to work with these kids, Anthony. The work never ends.
That sucks.
Yeah, good luck.
I got young kids. It doesn't end.
You're afraid that your kids are gonna turn into me with irrational thoughts on trading?
No,
Star players?
I don't. They're gonna be irrational because of me, not because they're gonna turn into you. They've got.
You just send them
They've got
over
my DNA.
to Uncle Jamie's house.
Yeah,
I got you.
Yeah.
I got you.
I can't wait for the Instagram photos of Jamie and Killian going out at nights.
In our Speedos.
That's right. Unreal. All right, Chris Kerber's going to join us next. We'll talk a little Blues hockey with him here on 101 ESPN.
101 ESPN Sports Center.
I'm Andrew Marsh. It's time for a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Yesterday, LAFC with a clean sheet against yours, St. Louis City SC, 3-0. The final, St. Louis City SC will be back in action Saturday, taking on Inter Miami. Kickoff at 7:30. Tomorrow, the Cardinals taking on the Nationals, 7:15 first pitch. We talked earlier today with Matt Holliday. If you missed that interview, make sure you go to 101ESPN.com and use the 101 mobile app as well. You can find our full show and all of our interviews. It's all brought to you by Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers. Speaking of interviews, we're going to catch up with Chris Kerber, who's been filling in on the balloon party. We're talking with Kerbs next, right here in the Fast Lane. I'm Andrew Marsh, and the Sports Center update is brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
It's the Fast Lane on 101 ESPN. Jamie Rivers, Anthony Stalter. Let's head to the celebrity line. We're joined by Chris Kerber, our guy, play-by-play man for your St. Louis Blues on the home of your St. Louis Blues 101 ESPN. And Kerbs has been filling in the last couple of days on the balloon party. And Kerbs, you had some great guests. How have you enjoyed hosting the balloon party the last couple of days?
It's good. It's a simple hour. It goes fast, and then you got the rest of the day still. So, you know, that 1 hour of work a day is taxing.
Yeah, that's how Anthony rolls over here, too, Kerbs. Oh, I mean, 4 hours. Sorry, Anthony, my bad. Kerbs, one of the items that you were able to talk about this week on the balloon party with Coach Craig Berube and certainly independently is good old Sonny coming back to St. Louis. Look, I think everybody here in the fan base really loved Oscar Sundqvist when he played here. But just your thoughts on Sonny coming back to be a St. Louis Blue.
Yeah, you know what, Jamie? I think Doug Armstrong's direction that he laid out for everybody, and he's following it up with his signings, is pretty real. He wants to see this thing turn over the next few years to where the real core starts with Thomas and Kyrou and, you know, Butch Navich and those guys. And, you know, I was surprised that nobody had reached out to Oscar Sundqvist, or he couldn't find a deal that he liked, you know, better than the ones the Blues had. Now, we know he loves it here. We know he spends the summer here. We know, you know, he's dating somebody from here. So, you know, you get all that part, and I can always appreciate a player saying, no, I'll even leave money on the table maybe if it means, you know, a lifestyle or a place that they want, which they have that right in free agency. I love the signing because, one, Craig Berube made it very clear to us yesterday that how important the penalty kill was going to be. And if Oscar's healthy, he can be a huge part in helping improve that penalty kill again. You've got a character guy, a teammate that guys love being around. I mean, honestly, when he got traded and the team was about to take off on the plane and he had to get off the plane, just seeing the tears, the emotion from teammates from him, the way he was, it's just a real good character guy. And this team needs that. You've got to, when you've got David Perron and you've got Ryan O'Reilly and you've got Jay Bouwmeester and Alexander Steen over the last 4 or 5 years that have left this team, you've got a void in terms of some of that important character. And I think Oscar Sundqvist brings some of that back. So I'm thrilled to have him back and excited that he's back just from a personality standpoint.
Kerbs, a lot has been made over the course of the season and the offseason about the Blues defensive core and having to either improve it or tighten it up or just change something systematically. When I look at this team, Doug Armstrong not able to make a trade with the rumor mill going out there, the Torrey Krug no trade clause, all of that put to the side. Doug Armstrong has countered, in my opinion, with getting some really big bodies in the middle of the ice. You got Robert Thomas as kind of the outlier, but then you've got Braden Shen, Kevin Hayes, and Oscar Sundqvist now. Do you feel like that's Army pivoting in order to tighten up a little bit defensively?
Look, I don't think that the team played very big last year. I don't know how you feel about that, Jamie, but they weren't as physical. They weren't as imposing. And if you're going to have a coach like Craig Berube, you've got to put some of those players in that mix. And so I think size definitely became a factor for the St. Louis Blues as the season wore along. And, Butch Navich is a big body. Another one in there, for example, Toropchenko could be a big body. And so I think you are starting to see Doug Armstrong kind of make sure that with some of the void that was left in size that he's starting to fill it. Yeah, he's got a challenge on the defensive side. You're absolutely right. Because, one, the no-trade clauses, I think no-trade clauses have hurt the Blues in the last couple of years. It's hampered Doug's ability to make some moves. But the players have earned it. Doug gave it to them. That's the world that you live in. But right now, with Scott Perunovich signed on a one-way deal, you've got 9 defensemen kind of on your roster. And injuries and sorenesses are going to dictate that you'll use anywhere from 8 to 10 or 11 defensemen over the course of the year. But these are 9 guys on the St. Louis roster. And I think you've got to make some room for the grit and determination and growth of Tyler Tucker to play on a regular basis. So whether it be via trade, waiving, moving, doing something, at some point in time, I do think there's going to have to be some movement along the blue line in terms of personnel if injuries don't sort them out, as a result of injuries sorting things out. So, and in the end, I do think if there's a way for them to continue to make sure that they've got size along the blue line to match the size that they've brought up front, that's going to be a priority for this team.
So, Kerbs, just isolating the 9 defensemen that you have coming to camp that are either on one-way contracts or they've established themselves. Because Calle Rosen's on a 2-way contract, but he carries a $450,000 price tag in the minors, and I believe that he has proved that he's a good 6-7 defenseman for your hockey club, but there's only room for 6 guys to play every night. How long do you think, if everybody remains healthy, how long can Doug Armstrong carry a team that has 8 defensemen?
Well, I guess a lot of that will also depend on the health of the forwards, right, and how things sort out there. And there's going to be decisions made there. There's not room on the roster for all the one-way contracts that he has at forward either. And then you've got a guy like Nikita Alexandrov that's going to knock on the door from a forward standpoint. So, to me, Jamie, the breakdowns really got to be this. I think they're going to have to evaluate and just make a decision. And at some point in time, say, cut bait with 1, maybe 2 guys, if everybody's healthy, and just say this is the way it's going to be. I have a hard time seeing both Perunovich and Krug in the lineup at the same time, just from a size standpoint. What does a healthy Marco Scandella determined in a contract year look like? That's going to be a question mark along the blue line. I think you've got to get more urgent play out of Nick Leddy than I think this team had last year along those lines. I agree with you with Calle Rosen. Calle Rosen proved that, that he can be an everyday defenseman in the National Hockey League, and the Blues look pretty good with him. And we know that Robert Bortuzzo, and he probably even admitted that he's not an everyday player anymore on a regular basis. You're probably looking at 50 to 60 games from him. And then I go to Tyler Tucker. There wasn't any grit. There wasn't any grind. There wasn't any personality for me as a group along the blue line. And when they talk about the physicality that Tyler Tucker can bring, and I talked to Al McInnes about it. He goes, first time through the league, you're going to see 10 of them. Second time better. He goes, third time through the league, again, and he realizes the kind of space and the strength that he has. That's when you're going to see him take off. I think they're going to need the growth of Tyler Tucker to change kind of the swagger of the blue line, if that makes any sense.
Kerbs, when you go back to the deadline last year, Kapanen, Blais, Verana, and then, of course, this offseason, Hayes and Sundqvist. When you take a step back and think about the collection of players, and I don't just mean from a cap standpoint, what do you think Army was trying to accomplish if you group those 5 players?
I think he's bridging a gap. He's bridging a gap. I don't think he's looking at most of those guys as permanent guys for the future. He's bridging a gap till the likes of a Snuggerud, till the likes of a Bolduc, if he makes it to the NHL, as Zach Dean start to really impact this roster. He's bridging a gap for the growth of Jake Neighbors, to come in and those kind of things. Because to me, and I said on the show earlier today, this is where a real big similarity between the Blues last year, this next season potentially, and the Cardinals really is. And that is kind of a hope, right? you're hoping when you're doing this, Doug Armstrong already resigned to the fact that this is going to be a 2 or 3 year adjustment, right? And he's very vocal and very open about that. But that doesn't mean that you can't make some noise. But to do that, the word ends up being hope. You're hoping Kapanen reaches some of the potential that maybe that we hadn't seen, with Pittsburgh or Toronto. You're hoping Verano finds his stride again. And if they do, you find lightning in a bottle. You're hoping somebody, Jake Neighbors, whomever it may be, can step up and fill one of the top 2 roles on the left wing. You're hoping that, that you're all around. Well, I mean, it is systems, but you're hoping to see better team play defensively from the group. But to be successful for the Blues, your hope that some of those players reach potential that we haven't consistently seen from them becomes the norm. Well, Cardinals have done the same thing. You're hoping that you find a shortstop. You're hoping you find a second baseman. You're hoping that the outfield sorts itself out. Well, look what happens when it doesn't. And that's what the Blues are going to be. But to me, it's the stopgap. It's the stopgap until those other guys reach that level of experience in the NHL where you see that consistency start to come. And I think what Doug Armstrong is reaching for is finding some veteran guys that get a chance to play, and maybe in more roles than they have, and find some of that consistency to help bring this team along.
Kerb's great stuff. We appreciate you coming on, especially with you also hosting the balloon party. Looking forward to more Blues coverage in the upcoming weeks here. So appreciate you joining us. Thank you.
All right, guys. Have an awesome weekend.
You too. Thanks. That's Chris Kerber, voice of the Blues here on 101 ESPN. Speaking of the Blues and the Cardinals, which retool will lead to a quicker turnaround? Better question, actually. Who do you trust more? Who do you trust more to usher through a quicker retool?
Oh,
Army or Mo? That's next on 101 ESPN.
CarStar, your locally owned and operated auto body repair experts. Relax, we'll take it from here.
Running a small business takes grit and determination and a communications provider that's got your back. That's Spectrum Business. Fast, reliable communication solutions that keep your business going. Get 300 megabits per second internet, just $49.99 a month when bundled with Spectrum Business Connect, the all-in-one phone system that lets you work from anywhere on any device. And get a free mobile line for a year. Visit spectrum.com/go faster. Restrictions apply. Services not available in all areas.
Still using an outdated phone system for your business? Want to add security cameras? Master can help. Visit us today at mastor.com/radio or call Brian and Jeremy at 314-997-9007.
It's a fast lane on 101 ESPN. So we just talked to Chris Kerber, and he had kind of mentioned this. The Cardinals and Blues are both going through a retool. The Blues started their retool a year ago when they missed the playoffs, so they started at the deadline, trading away expiring deals like Ryan O'Reilly and Vladimir Tarasenko and Nola Chari and, who am I missing? Ivan Barbashev. Cardinals very likely to go through the same thing. When it comes to a quicker turnaround, it also depends on the architect of the retool. For the Blues, Doug Armstrong. For the Cardinals, John Mozeliak. And I imagine that most people will choose one side of that argument.
What side do you think that is?
Probably
Anthony?
Army.
Yeah, the text line overwhelmingly supporting Doug Armstrong right now.
That makes a lot of sense. Do you also fall in that camp?
Well, so here's where I find this difficult is because Doug Armstrong has already had a trade deadline to make some noise and an offseason to retool and do his thing. Whereas John Mozeliak finds himself right in the same spot Army found himself when he had that presser talking about how we're going to make some trades. The coaching staff is safe, but we're going to make some trades and blah, blah, blah. Like, right. So it's almost like history repeating itself with the other franchise, the other major franchise in the city being, the Cardinals and the Blues. It's weird how this is all played out in the same calendar year. Mm-hmm. I guess it's not the same calendar year, but in the same...
Yeah, back-to-back seasons.
Back-to-back seasons there. Thank you. I was struggling there for a second.
You're fine.
But so Army is way ahead, and Army has done some really smart things. Will John Mozeliak follow that? Will he make the same smart decisions? That's where I just don't know. I don't know. Now, one is a salary cap league. Mm-hmm. The other isn't. But in fairness to Doug Armstrong, it's almost harder in a salary cap league because he can't just go buy the solution. Mm-hmm. He has to creatively find solutions. He has to creatively find Kasperi Kapanen, Jacob Vrana. He's got to sign Oscar Sundqvist to league minimum. He's got to trade for Kevin Hayes, but Philadelphia retains 50% of the trade. John Mozeliak has the ability to fix things quickly if they so desire financially.
Yeah. He also doesn't have... Let me rephrase it. All right. So the Blues, the biggest weakness from a year ago. Jamie, go.
Well, the defense overall.
The defense. Cardinals, biggest... There you go. There was nothing Doug Armstrong could do. He tried, but there's really nothing he could do with the defense. He's got to roll out that same defensive group a year from now. Now, having the 9 defensemen gives you some flexibility on what you can do, but you've got those contracts. Falk, Krug, Parayko, Leddy. There's nothing you can do.
Nope, you're married to that right now.
So your biggest weakness you're married to, if you're the Blues. With Mo, he's got a lot. He's got to make more moves in order to fix things. But he's not tied to anybody.
Outside, no, in fact, he's got a wide open.
He's got a blank
canvas.
slate almost. Mm-hmm. Michaelis will be back, as we know. Steven Matz will be back, as we know. But you don't know if that's going to be in the rotation, which you hope he is, because you want to have at least 2. But he could go to the pen. You could make some moves at the deadline if you're Mo to set yourself up with a younger rotation for next year, while also potentially, if you can get DeWitt, about 2.5 whiskeys maybe three, to open up the checkbook and pay for one of those free agents. Now, you still got to bank on one of those free agents coming here. But I think I'm willing to go. I don't want to do the Mo to Army thing because Army's more aggressive.
But he's also farther ahead in the process.
He's also more aggressive. He's got more urgency to him. He's willing to.
I'm trying not to just be the hockey guy here.
He's willing to take his huevos rancheros and put them right on the plate.
Yeah.
Mo is willing to take those huevos rancheros and just kind of be like, no, we're good.
I'm going to put them on the. No, I'm not.
No.
Maybe I will. No, I won't.
You know what? We're fine. So from that standpoint, I would be more in Army's camp as well. However, given the circumstances and the situation, I actually think Mo could lead a quicker turnaround.
Well, that's where it gets interesting, is because what the Cardinals do have that the Blues don't have are two superstars on their team. They've got Arenado and Goldschmidt, superstars in this league.
Well, Arenado after the deadline.
Oh, Anthony. Currently. Okay, I'll say currently. Stop it. Currently, they've got Goldie and Arenado. Reigning NL MVP, and I believe the runner-up or third last year. That's right. Machado was runner-up. Third last year. The Blues don't have that. The Blues don't have the NHL MVP. They don't have Connor McDavid and Leon Draisaitl.
Right.
Because that's really what that would be equivalent to. And so that's where the Cardinals, from a positional player standpoint, are ahead. I think that they're, further ahead with that. But the pitching is going to be the biggest need. Like, what will he do with that?
Right.
And how aggressive will they be? What is he willing to part with? Because Doug Armstrong, if nothing else, has shown that he's willing to part with everybody. Ryan O'Reilly's gone. Tarasenko's gone. Barbashev's gone. David Back is gone. Alex Pietrangelo gone.
Yeah.
He's like totally fine with the cost of doing business.
He's ruthless in a great way. He is.
To where John Mozeliak, his track record shows, well, I'm going to add an extra year to Matt Carpenter, and I'm going to give too many years to Dexter Fowler. And it just feels different, where Army's willing to get rid of a player or walk from a player a year early rather than a year too late.
Absolutely. And there's a skill to that, because you got to cut yourself out. You're going to have to deal with the backlash from their fan base potentially, or within your own building, for that matter.
Oh, God, yeah.
It's a Fast Lane on 101 ESPN. We've got the Gauntlet next.
101 has your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to next Tuesday night's Budweiser Bash for Cardinals versus Marlins. It's the next Budweiser Bash game of the 2023 season and features a limited edition bobblehead giveaway featuring 101 ESPN's Brad Thompson. Keep listening to 101 for your chance to win a 4-pack of free tickets and get all the details for this season's series of Budweiser Bash Cards games now at cardinals.com/promotions.
Humans can do a lot of amazing things. Fighting bugs? Ew, a bug, get it! Isn't one of them. STEM is powered by active ingredients found in plants to fight off bugs safely and effectively when used as directed. STEM, rooted in nature, optimized by science.
St. Louis gets its sports. WXOS HD1 East St. Louis 101 ESPN. Three warriors, 4 categories, 1 challenger. Can you master the gauntlet?
Brought to you by Master, your hometown source for business communications for more than 30 years. Visit masstour.com.
4:02, your time check is brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers, an officially licensed Rolex jeweler. Jamie Rivers, Andrew Marsh, I'm Anthony Stalter, and we have Jeremy on the line right now. What's up, Jeremy?
Not much, guys. How are you today?
We're doing great. Thanks for asking. Is this your first time in the Gauntlet?
On the current format, it is.
Okay. So you played Gauntlet 1.0. Who did you take on?
I made it to day 3 and lost to BT.
Oh, wow. Who are the first 2 contestants that you steamrolled?
I believe it was you and, I don't remember the other one. Maybe Meat.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So, who would you like to take on today? Andrew Marsh, Jamie Rivers, or the Anthony Stalter?
Well, hockey is my worst, so I'm going to bank that it doesn't come up 2 days in a row, and I'm going to go with Riz.
Oh, baby.
So you're going Jamie Rivers today. Okay.
All right, Jeremy. Good luck, my man.
You too, man.
Thank you.
All right, Jeremy, go ahead. Tell Marsh to spin that wheel.
Spin that wheel, Marsh.
So we know you don't want hockey. What do you want?
I'm fairly confident with baseball and pretty confident in random.
Okay. You did not get hockey. You also did not get random or baseball. How do you feel about football?
Middle of the road.
Okay. All right. Marsh is getting the launch codes right now for football. Marsh also has all of the analytics on how we've done in each category. Oh, no. Bad handoff, Marsh. That was on me. How has Jamie done in football? Do you know off the top of your head?
Jamie is 5-7 in football.
Okay, so look, Jeremy, you got an opportunity here. He's got a losing record in football.
Well, let's give it my best.
All right, here we go. Question number 1. Which team finished last in the AFC East last season? Which team finished last in the AFC East last season?
I'm going to need the options.
Jets, Patriots, Dolphins.
I'm going to go with the Pats.
Final answer?
Final answer.
Question number 2. First overall pick in the 2016 NFL Draft, Jared Goff attended which college?
I'm going to need those options as well.
Your options are Stanford, UCLA, or California.
I believe it was Cal.
Final answer?
Final answer.
All right, Jeremy, question number 3. Which quarterback led all of college football last season with 42 passing touchdowns? Which quarterback led all of college football last season with 42 passing touchdowns?
Cool. I don't watch college football at all. Let me get those answers.
Sure. Bryce Young, C.J. Stroud, Caleb Williams.
I think it was Bryce Young.
Final answer?
Final answer.
Question number 4. When the Bills lost 4 consecutive Super Bowls in the 1990s, they fell to the New York Giants, Washington Redskins, and which team that beat them twice?
Let's go ahead and make it a sweep and give me the options on that one, too.
Options are the Dallas Cowboys, the Chicago Bears, or the San Francisco 49ers.
Let's go with the Cowboys. Final answer.
All right, we'll bring back Jamie. How you feeling, Jeremy?
He might be able to leave his lunch home today.
Okay. All right. Jamie walking in. He's ready to go.
Let's go, baby.
Jamie's going to the lake this weekend, so he's feeling good. He's been in a good mood.
I cannot wait. All right. How'd my guy Jeremy do?
Go ahead, Marsh.
Well, he said that you might not need to pack a lunch, but Jamie, you should pack a lunch.
All right.
Category is football.
Yes, I love football.
Question number 1. Which team finished last in the AFC East last season? Which team finished last in the AFC East last season?
The AFC East. That would be the New York Jets. Hang on. Yes, New York Jets. Final answer.
Question number 2. First overall pick in the 2016 NFL Draft, Jared Goff attended which college?
University of Phoenix Online. No, give me the options, please.
Is it Stanford, UCLA, or California?
What's their mascot?
I don't know. The leprechaun. No, the yard gnome. Okay, sorry. What was that again? Jared Goff, Stanford, UCLA, or Cal?
Yeah.
I think it was University of California. Final answer.
Question 3, Jamie. Which quarterback led all of college football last season with 42 touchdown passes?
Wow. Oh, what the hell is that guy's name? The Georgia quarterback. Anthony, tell me his name. Give me the options, please.
Your options are Bryce Young, C.J. Stroud, or Caleb Williams.
Yeah, not those guys. Okay. Well, I think the obvious answer is Bryce Young in this one, which probably means it's not, but I'm going to go with the obvious. Bryce Young, please.
Question number 4. When the Bills lost 4 consecutive Super Bowls in the 1990s, they fell to the New York Giants, Washington Redskins, and which team that beat them twice?
San Francisco 49ers. Final answer. Oh, wait. I said final answer.
All right, let's go over these.
Stetson Bennett is the name you're looking
Yeah.
at.
Stetson Bennett was the Georgia quarterback.
I got 2 you-know-what with the 49ers there.
When the Bills lost 4 consecutive Super Bowls in the 90s, they fell to the New York Giants, Washington Redskins, and which other team beat them twice? Jamie, if you had a do-over, what would you say?
Green Bay Packers.
Okay. Jamie.
Oh, no, Dallas Cowboys.
There you go. Jamie said the 49ers. Jeremy, you said the Cowboys. Correct answer is...
It's the Cowboys.
How about them Cowboys? Yeah. There you go. +1, though, because Jeremy did need the options for that. So Jeremy's got a 1-0 lead over Jamie. Which quarterback led all of college football last season with 42 passing touchdowns? Jeremy, you went with Bryce Young. Jamie, you said the Georgia quarterback, who was not an option, so good thing you took the options on that. Stetson Bennett was not the option. Jamie, you also went with Bryce Young. Correct answer is...
As Anthony calls him, Caleb Williams.
Caleb Williams.
Did you have another one?
Wow.
Oh, my guy.
I had a misstep there.
You're doing fine.
A brain fart.
No.
Yeah, you're going to be just fine. Don't worry about what Andrew says. It's mean. Okay?
Caleb Williams will be the #1 overall pick next year. So,
don't be pointing at
Jeremy's still up 1-0.
Seems promising.
On Jamie. First overall pick in the 2016 NFL Draft, Jared Goff attended which college? You guys both went with Cal. Correct answer is
Cal.
Both of you needed the options. 2-1 lead for Jeremy.
Did you say Caleb Williams because Cal was the answer that they went with?
I don't know. I just misspoke.
I'm trying to help.
No, it was a... I knew his name was Caleb Williams. I said Caleb. I caught it right away. I said Caleb. Caleb, what an idiot. All right. Jeremy, 2. Jamie, 1. It comes down to this. Which team finished last in the AFC East last season? Jamie, you said the New York Jets, and you did not use the options. Jeremy, you used the options. You said Patriots. So if it's the Patriots, Jeremy wins today. If it's the Jets, because Jamie did not need the options, Jamie's going to win. If it's the Miami Dolphins, who are the other option, Jeremy wins. Jeremy.
You have chosen poorly.
You lose. It was the New York Jets. They finished 7-10. Patriots 8-9. Dolphins 9-8. Jeremy got you 3-2. Sorry, man.
No problem, guys. I appreciate your time.
Thanks for playing. Thanks for listening.
Have a good one, Jeremy. Take care, bud.
You take care, guys.
Boy, I thought that Cowboys one.
Yeah, I had a brain fart. I don't even know why I said Green Bay. I was like, Emmitt Smith, Troy Aikman. Idiot.
It's Don Beebe and Leon Lett. Remember when Leon Lett with the
one flap out?
Don Beebe down 40 points.
With that huge helmet.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I remember that.
Don Beebe was fat. He also played for Green Bay.
He did.
He
did.
Anyways.
Latter part of his career.
Yes. He coached at my high school, too. He coached wide receivers, at my high school.
In Detroit?
Nope.
Atlanta.
Jacksonville.
There you go.
Who needs to have a big second half of the season for the Cardinals? We're getting to that next on 101 ESPN.
Yes.
Well, to me, when you start looking at players like Jack Flaherty, who's in his free agent year, he needs to have a big second half for his contract, going forward, as far as, establishing himself as somebody that, even if it's not the Cardinals, somebody considers a rotation-type pitcher. I think there's a lot of guys. I think Wilson Contreras needs to reestablish himself as as the offensive player that he's been most of his career and a catcher that they can count on for the next 4 years and a 5-year deal. There's a lot for me that guys have to prove and to kind of get back going. And it's a very interesting second half to me.
That was Matt Holliday, who joined us for 2 segments earlier today. If you missed any of that, you can always download the podcast at 101ESPN.com or via your 101 ESPN mobile app. That's all brought to you by Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers. Matt, that was Matt's response when we asked him which Cardinals need to have a big second half of the season. And you can kind of put guys, you can almost group them in different categories, Jamie. A couple of guys that he had mentioned that I agreed with was the guys that are on expiring deals, whether that was Jordan Montgomery or Jack Flaherty, Jordan Hicks, same thing, where they want to impress, whether it's to come back to the Cardinals, and I don't think the 3 of them will, or pitch well enough to showcase yourself for the offseason. Jordan Montgomery is a big second half for him. This is an opportunity as a free agent to really get some, decent money. I think a starting off point right now for a starting pitcher is about $20 million. And I think Jordan Montgomery could get about $20 million in the offseason.
Well, he's got to get somewhere close to that. When you look at the going rate for starting pitchers, certainly I'd say he's a number 3. Mm-hmm. If he can up his game a little bit, maybe he elevates to a number 2. But on a solid contending team, he's probably a number 3. The $20 million is the price tag.
Yep. So those guys, expiring deals, Jack Flaherty, obvious. But what about the young guys?
So that's where I wanted to go with some of this. Is it's easy to talk about the guys with free agency looming, but those guys are going to be gone. So I don't really care if Jordan Montgomery has a good second half of the season or Jack Flaherty has a good second half. I care that they pitch really, really well until the trade deadline. That's what I care about as a Cardinals fan. And it's not that I don't wish those guys well. I do. But I think the writing's on the wall. So I'm not going to waste my time sitting here trying to fix their game and wonder what they can do for me. What can you get me on the trade market is what I'm more concerned about.
I agree.
As far as players who, in my opinion, have work to do that are part of your roster and that will be, hopefully for the foreseeable future, barring that they don't have a bad second half maybe. I don't know. You don't know how these things go sometimes. I think at the top of the list, do you want me to do a pitcher and a player first? How do you want to work this?
Let's just do one player. I know you have multiple, I have multiple.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of players that could use a good second half.
Who's the one? If you had to just pick one, it could be a pitcher or a positional player that absolutely needs to have a big second half. Who is that player and why?
Based on the importance of the position and the fact that this is an area of need for you, Steven Matz. Steven Matz is the guy for me that I want him out there throwing grease BBs. I want this guy to bounce back like we've never seen a pitcher bounce back before. So that if nothing else, we know that going into the trade deadline and certainly the offseason, we have at least 2 proven arms in the rotation, which would be Miles Michaelis and Steven Matz, because I'm anticipating that Flaherty and Montgomery will be gone. I don't know what we're going to do with Waino's spot in the rotation. Hopefully he comes back and he's healthy and can find his game. If so, then great. You close out the season with Adam Wainwright in there. But Steven Matz, you got another $22 million left on the price tag for this guy. And you only have one guy right now that you trust to be in your rotation next year that will be contract-wise. That's Miles Michaelis. So for me, the guy that needs the bounce back is the guy the Cardinals need to have a bounce back is Steven Matz.
I was thinking along the same lines, and maybe this I'm cheating a little bit because he's actually not in the big leagues right now. Do you know who that is? Who
Pitcher?
I choose? Yeah.
Well, it's one of 2 guys. It's either Zach Thompson or Matthew Liberatore.
Or Don Liberatore. I'm assuming that Liberatore will be in the starting rotation again after the deadline. And if that's the case, Matthew Liberatore, for the sake of him and the team, needs to pitch well. His stuff didn't play well over the last couple of months. He earned the promotion at the time because he was pitching well in the minors. Then he comes up. He looked very sharp against Milwaukee, but Milwaukee can't hit lefties. And ever since that point, it was just kind of not great to not good at all. If Matthew Liberatore can pitch well in the second half, and really turn a corner, then you've got another pitcher that's already in your system, that you didn't acquire, that you're not chasing in free agency, that you can say, yeah, this guy earned a spot for next year. Think about Lars Nootbaar. Go back a year ago in the second half with Lars Nootbaar. He was not an everyday player at that point. He was still the fourth outfielder.
Well, and he was bouncing up and down from Memphis.
Exactly. And in the second half, he showcased his defensive ability. He was throwing runners out at third and home. He was hitting well.
He was
grinding over everybody, you know? And he earned a spot. And we went into spring training saying, we know Nootbaar. In fact, he was like the only guy we were really sure about in the outfield. That's what I'm hoping Matthew Liberatore does from a pitching standpoint. Will he? I don't know. But I do think he's going to get his opportunity.
Okay, so if we shift gears now, since we both took pitchers in that first part of the evaluation here, a positional player for you, Anthony, who needs to have a good second half as a positional player for you?
Do you have one off the top of your head?
I do, yeah.
You want to go 3, 2, 1? Because I wonder if we have the same guy.
Okay, go ahead.
Go full name.
Or want me to go full?
Go last name.
Okay, are we going 1, 2, 3? 3,
We're going
2,
3,
1?
2, 1.
Okay, go ahead.
3, 2, 1. Carlson. Yeah, okay. I agree. That's obviously I agree. We both said the same name. Dylan Carlson is the guy.
I agree too, Anthony.
Yes. Dylan Carlson's the guy that, in the same vein as I just talked about with Lars Nootbaar, the guy that could finally say, okay, hey, stop. Stop with I'm not a platoon player. I'm 24, but I'm ready to turn a corner. I don't know if this guy is gonna be a superstar. At this point, I don't care. The comps for him was always Andre Ethier. If you get Andre Ethier in the form of Dylan Carlson, everybody's happy. Andre Ethier was a very solid, steady presence for the Dodgers for years. If Dylan Carlson turns into that, everybody should be thrilled. He doesn't need to be Ronald Acuna. Can he be a guy that is not trade bait, or I guess we'll never find out if this guy's any good? Or he's 27 and it's like we're still doing the song and dance like Tyler O'Neill. So I think Dylan Carlson, he needs to have a big second half.
Yeah, that's where I agree with you, is I think Dylan Carlson has to figure out what he's going to be at the major league level. Is he going to be a fourth outfielder, or is he going to be a starting player? Mm-hmm. Because you've seen both versions. And he's been treated, quite honestly, like a star player. And what I mean by that is, before the Juan Soto ordeal, whatever that, John Mozeliak was quoted as saying, you'd have to pry him out of my cold, dead hands if you want to include him as a prospect in a deal. So there's no way. Then when the Juan Soto trade came around, there were several pieces involved. But Dylan Carlson was the one that John Mozeliak was like, yeah, that's the deal breaker. I'm not throwing him in the deal. So much so that he went and told Dylan Carlson, guess what? We're not trading you.
Right.
So he's had a little bit of the superstar treatment without the superstar results.
Or at least the massive votes of confidence.
Yeah, but he was 23 years old and 22 years old. You don't give that vote of confidence. Why would you? Mm-hmm. So you're treating him like he's the next big thing, in my opinion.
Yeah.
That's the way it was handled. Now, he hasn't fulfilled that duty on a consistent basis. So Dylan Carlson absolutely needs a good second half if he's going to be something that the Cardinals build with or without moving forward. Because you could see them moving on, man. Mm-hmm. At 24 years old, he still has value. Somebody's going to look at this and go, man, there's team control here. He has a tremendous amount of upside. You might be able to get something pretty good for him. I would rather that he just plays really well and reaches his maximum potential here as a Cardinal.
I agree.
Time will tell.
That's Jamie Rivers. I'm Anthony Stalter. It's the Fast Lane on 101 ESPN. We do have our Sports Six-Pack coming up in about 20 minutes. You can get your questions into the Air Comfort Service text line at 314-399-9646. Or if you'd rather go to our YouTube channel, you could do that and leave us a question at 101 ESPN STL. But we've got who are you betting on and who are you betting against football-wise? A couple of interesting scenarios that we throw out for the upcoming football season. That's next on 101 ESPN.
101 ESPN Sports Center.
I'm Andrew Marsh. It's time for a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Last night, City SC was blanked by LAFC. Final score 3-0. St. Louis City SC will be back in action on Saturday, taking on Inter Miami. Start time for that one is at 7:30. The Cards taking on the Nationals tomorrow, 7:15 start time, as the Cardinals look to bounce back in the second half. We talked earlier today about the second half with Matt Holliday. If you missed that interview, make sure you go to 101ESPN.com or use the 101 mobile app. You can find all of our interviews, including the one we had earlier today with Chris Kerber as well, talking about your St. Louis Blues. You'll find all of the interviews and our full show on the website and the mobile app. It's all brought to you by Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers. After today's show, we have a Last Minute Blues podcast with Jamie and Donnie Fandango, so make sure you tune in to that after the Fast Lane. I'm Andrew Marsh, and the Sports Center update is driven by Johnny Londoff. Find new roads and shop 24/7 at londoff.com and londoffautoplex.com. Are you kidding me?
It's a Fast Lane on 101 ESPN. Jamie Rivers, Anthony Stalter. Here's Andrew Marsh with our who are you betting on against quick hitter for the NFL.
Yes. So which team that made the playoffs last year would you bet to miss the postseason this upcoming season?
Ooh.
I got one for you guys.
Good.
Giants.
Get out of my head.
The G-Men, 9-7-1.
Easy one for sure.
Yeah. I think they played over their heads last year. They won a lot of close games, which, hey, good for you. They won games. But when you look back, and you look back at when the ball bounces your way for an entire season, that sucker tends to bounce the other way the following year. And you look back at some of their victories, some of their close wins. 20-12 over Washington, 24-16 against Houston, a not very good Houston team. 23-17 over Jacksonville. Jacksonville, that was the game I believe they got stopped at the 1 in the final seconds. Otherwise, that could have gone differently. In fact, all of their wins outside of the 38-10 drubbing of a bad Colts team at the end of the year, all of their games were one possession. Don't know about Saquon Barkley. I don't think Daniel Jones is the answer, despite him parlaying some good rushing success into a big contract. I got the Giants missing the playoffs.
So I had the Giants, too, top of my list, but I also, and this pains me to say this, Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Oh, that's the actual layup. You're absolutely right. I mean, that's
just, they were the best of the worst last year, under 500, and made the playoffs. That division's not going to be that much better. I think the Saints are going to have a better team this year.
Agree.
The rest of it's going to be a bit of up for grabs, but there's only one team coming out of that division to make the playoffs. It's going to be whoever wins the division. I don't see the Buccaneers winning that division.
No, not under shaky bakey.
No, it's going to be a disappointing season for us Bucs fans.
Yeah. That's your third child. Or second.
No, it's my middle child.
The middle child. That actually makes more sense.
It makes more sense.
Yeah.
Those are my 1 and 2, but if I had to pick another one, I think I'd go with the... Man, this pains me to say. Maybe the Vikings.
Oh, my God.
Maybe.
Can you believe
Viking
that?
Nation right now is like, Marsh.
I'm a realist.
You're the one guy.
I'm a realist. We don't know what this team is going to look like without Adam Thielen, without Dalvin Cook. Obviously, the offense is going to look a little bit different. I think they'll be fine.
Kirk Cousins.
They do have Kirk Cousins. Did you see that quote I sent you guys?
It was really
I don't think that was a real quote, obviously.
It couldn't have been, but that was hilarious.
Oh, that was super funny. Let's see if I can pull it up real quick.
Yeah. You keep talking. I'll pull it up.
Marshy, there are a couple ththings you've said today that have shocked me.
No,
This right here. It's more disappointing than shocking.
Well, when I go through some of these teams, I think the Chargers are going to make it. the Jacksonville Jaguars. I don't think that division is up to snuff with what they're probably going to produce or put out there this year. Obviously, the Chiefs are making it. Baltimore, I think they'll end up being a wild card team. Cincy is not going anywhere. Miami, I don't think is going anywhere. Buffalo's not going anywhere. The other team was the Seahawks, but I think I said the other day that like a week or so ago that the Seahawks could win that division. So I can't say that. That's the Vikings.
Struggling, man. Go ahead.
This is what Marsh sent Jamie and I, the group text.
We cannot confirm or deny if it's real.
Yeah, Sean Kinnear, whoever that is, on Twitter, and this can't be real, but it's a picture of Kirk Cousins with the quote, "If my critics saw me walking on water, they'd say it's because I can't swim." Which is perfect for Cousins.
He may have said that.
Maybe.
That's hilarious.
I hope he did. I hope he really did.
I could just visualize it.
Have
like
you guys,
Kirk
by the
Cousins
way,
doing that.
have you tuned into that Netflix series, Quarterback?
No.
All right.
Not yet.
I haven't either. I watched like the trailer of it.
Yeah.
It's like an 8-episode thing. I think it's going to be pretty awesome, man.
It's Cousins.
Like Mahomes, Cousins,
and Mariota.
Your guy, the quarterback
Marcus
receiver.
Mariota. Yeah, the running back.
He's in that?
Marcus Mariota. Yeah, I don't know
why is he in that?
Thin
Great
pickings,
question.
Marshy.
Yeah, I guess they got a lot of no's. Or once they got Mahomes, they're like,
Yeah,
screw
we
it,
don't
I
care.
don't care
Doesn't
who else.
matter.
Yeah.
We'll take Cousins.
Yep.
No offense,
that guy
Marshy.
quit randomly in the middle of the season? Yeah, let's get him on the show.
That's a good point.
What's that saying about Calvin Ridley basically did it 2 years ago and then Mariota last year.
Uh-huh.
They're just weeding out the ones that they don't want.
Must be a terrible franchise.
Well, I've got no rebuttal.
Which team that did not qualify for the postseason last year would you bet to make the playoffs this upcoming season?
Jamie just mentioned mine. The Saints.
Oh, yeah.
Saints are going to win that division.
Yeah, I'm going to go with the Detroit Lions. They missed by 1 game. What's wrong?
Just your love affection with the Lions, I think is...
Since Marshy's Vikings are going to suck, according to Marshy.
I didn't say they're going to suck.
Well, you said they wouldn't make the playoffs, Marshy. So if they're not going to make it, well, my team, you tell you what, they want it. They'll take it.
That's Jamie's youngest child.
Yep. They're hungry.
They can do no wrong, child.
Yeah, they're hungry, and you care less. The standard isn't quite as high.
Right.
You're like,
look at
fine.
him. He's hilarious.
He's fine. Look at the energy on that kid.
Middle child is like, I did that last week. He yelled at me. Yeah.
What have you done today?
That was a week ago, kid.
I got the Lions.
I'm going to say the Jets. Obviously, Aaron Rodgers is their quarterback, and which, by the way, I think they are doing Hard Knocks.
They are.
Mm-hmm.
So that should be interesting. Mm-hmm. So I'm going to go with the Jets. I like what they have on defense. I like their running game, especially if Breece Hall can come back and do what he did last year before he was injured. And then Aaron Rodgers is their quarterback. I think he's going to have a new lease on life after leaving Green Bay, going to the darkness, and coming back just a new person.
Bob's basement.
Yeah.
Bob's basement.
It literally looked like, it wasn't even scary. It wasn't even as scary as like the basement in Silence of the Lambs. This was like just some like random basement.
What a genius idea. Do you think the guy just looked at his wife one day and said, hey, what if we convert our basement
to a
darkness retreat? Hey, that's the dumbest idea. Okay.
Anthony, your basement's perfect.
How do we do it?
It is. It
I
really
saw
is.
you down there.
Oh, yeah.
I thought you were being held hostage one time when you did a live video. Anthony got on and did a live video. I forget what it was about.
It was after a Cardinals playoff game.
I called him. I'm
You're
like,
on Instacart Live?
I had to ask him if he was okay. I didn't know if he was at gunpoint or being held for ransom. I was looking for the duct tape marks on his face.
Yep. My basement's unfinished. And I happened to choose that
the
spot.
blood spatter in the back row was a little much.
It was a bit much. I could have moved down a cylinder, a cement block down or something like that.
Cinder block.
Yeah, but it's not a cinder block.
No,
so
I know what you're
cement. Yeah.
Hey, what's
Cement
the
basement.
better location to go live on Instagram in? Anthony's basement or the Cardinals clubhouse?
It depends on what's going on.
You never know.
Yeah.
Either way, you never know.
Right. Mm-hmm. Either way, you're going to see something interesting that you didn't think you were going to see.
Definitely a tough choice.
Good point.
Mm-hmm.
One could say it's a Stalter's choice. Which team that won its division last season would you bet to finish second or worse this year?
Jamie mentioned them. Jamie took it earlier.
Sure did.
So if it's not the Bucks, who's it going to be?
Oh, wow. Now we're changing the rules.
Okay, so we can all say it's the Bucs.
Yeah. Now
the other team is the Vikings.
It is the Vikings for sure.
That's my team. Yeah.
Yep.
I don't think they're going to suck, but I could totally see them missing out because last year that division was the only division that sent one team to the playoffs.
Right.
So if it's a similar thing this year, and the Vikings lose out by let's say a game to Detroit, they could still be in second place, and they end up missing out. I don't think they're going to be fourth place, third place. I think if they're going to lose out, they're definitely going to lose out by just a game or two.
I'm counting here 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 of Minnesota's 13 wins were by one score. It's another team that just did enough, and you won. So you can't take anything away. They had a great season last year, 13-4. But I think when you go into the playoffs and you lose at home to the Giants, 31-24, in the manner that you did,
yeah.
Kirk Cousins throwing for 3 yards when he needed 13 there at the end.
I think it was 4, but
guys, I have confirmation on something here.
What do you got?
From the 636 said that Kirk Cousins actually did say that in the Netflix series.
Oh, really?
Oh, there we go.
He said it was a Margaret Thatcher quote, but he did say it.
Wow. I'm definitely going to have to watch it now.
That almost makes me dislike Kirk Cousins. I don't know why.
What? You didn't before?
I did, but I mean, for you to say that about your critics, it's pretty funny, but just coming out of Kirk Cousins' mouth.
Anthony, in fairness to
funnier
Kirk
that he actually
Cousins,
said it.
When we watch the series, the context will let it know. If he was already playfully laughing and joking about himself.
Good call.
And he said that, they'd be like, "Oh, that's pretty funny." That
if he's self-deprecating,
yes.
Okay. All right.
I think Kirk Cousins
Jamie, that was a very
good
mature thing to say.
I've learned a lot in my 48 years, Anthony.
He's got some good humor.
Tell you what I've learned is what not to do.
Our last one here. Which team that finished in last place in its division last year would you bet to win its division this season?
What do you got, Marsh? We keep stealing yours. So you go first.
I think you already said.
Jeez, I got to look at the standings real quick.
The Jets, Jets.
Oh, I guess the Jets. Yeah, that would be my team.
There's only one.
However, I don't think the Jets are going to win the division though. I think they're going to be
wow.
Card.
If the
They're
criteria,
gonna be a wild card, yeah.
If the criteria is they finish last and they're going to win the division this year, that really thins out the field here.
Yeah,
because ain't gonna be the Falcons, ain't gonna be the Bears, ain't gonna be the Cardinals.
Obvious.
I know what you're talking about. It's not gonna be the Broncos.
Say it.
It's not going to be the Broncos.
I'm not going to say the Broncos.
No, but you were going to say the Broncos.
No, I'm not. I'm not going to say the Broncos.
What about Anthony's Cleveland Browns? Could you see them bouncing back?
You're not going to say the Falcons.
Damn right I am.
No, you're not.
Jamie, listen to me. We're going to run the football consistently, okay? We're going to run the football about 50 times a game, okay? We're going to win every game 20-17, and we're going to win this division, okay?
It's a fast lane here on 101 ESPN.
On. About, 10 years ago when I was searching for a vehicle, I remember going through the process and talking to dealerships that, I would find a car that I liked online, and then I'd go in and we got to get that from one of our other locations. It'll take about a week. It was aggravating. But with Auto Center's Nissan Herculaneum, they've got over 700 vehicles on the lot in Herculaneum, brand new facility, ready for you to look through, for you to choose. They'll finance the vehicle for you. They've got financing options for everyone, whether you got good credit or bad credit, it doesn't matter. They will find a way to finance a vehicle for you, and you don't have to worry about waiting a week or 2 weeks for them to even get the vehicle in and for you to test drive it. No, at Auto Center's Nissan Herculaneum, one spot, one location where you can check out as many vehicles as you'd like, whether you're looking at an SUV or a car or a pickup truck. you can find it at Auto Centers Nissan Herculaneum. Again, financing options for everyone, 30-day return promise, and they are the home of the free nationwide lifetime warranty. Tell them Stalter sent you. It's Auto Centers Nissan Herculaneum.
It's time for the Fast Lane to answer your sports questions.
I want to ask you a bunch of questions. I want to have them answered immediately.
Asking me all these weird questions.
Answer the question.
Answer the question.
Answer me!
The Sports Six-Pack is refreshed by Maggie O'Brien's, your go-to Irish pub in St. Louis for over 42 years.
With Jamie Rivers, I'm Anthony Stalter. It's the Fast Lane on 101 ESPN. Time for our Sports Six-Pack. Air Comfort Service text line, 314-399-9646. Our YouTube channel is at 101 ESPN STL. If you got a question for us, great. Send it on in. Marsh, what do we got?
Question number one.
Yeah, solid first question here from the 314. Who do you boys have in the Finnish Hobby Horse Championships?
The hobby horse?
The hobby horse, yes.
Yeah, this is something, well, I haven't really narrowed it down yet to who I'm actually picking. However, Anthony, what it is in Finland, they have this world championship of hobby horse racing. Do you know what a hobby horse is, Anthony?
Yeah, it's just...
horse head on a stick.
Yes. Mm-hmm. I didn't know how to describe that.
Yeah, that's fine. And you take that stick.
I was just going to say the horse head, but...
Yeah, you're Italian. Be careful how you say that.
Exactly.
Yeah. You take the stick, too, and put it between your legs.
Mm-hmm. And you ride it.
And then you ride it all over the place.
Yes.
And you can do tricks, all sorts of stuff. And I thought it was like, I don't know, a huge joke, but it isn't.
No. People get into this.
They do.
And it's perhaps the greatest championship.
I think we should have a Fast Lane hobby horse competition.
Yeah. I agree.
I mentioned earlier we should just do the Olympics, the 101 Olympics, or even just the Hubbard Radio Olympics, because it seems like somebody every single day is challenging another person to some sort of competition. Like earlier today, we were continuing the conversation of T-Bone taking on Action Jackson in a basketball matchup.
Yeah.
He said he would take off his jeans, put on some shorts, and play Jackson right now and beat him.
Wow. That's a lot of swagger and confidence for T-Bone.
Yeah. It is an awful lot. It is an awful lot.
I'm trying to see.
But I like it.
Yeah, absolutely.
I like it.
Yeah.
I like it a lot.
I'm trying to see what, like, who some of the names for the hobby horse competition is.
I think it already happened.
Oh.
It did. The hobbying is over for a year.
Yeah, it happened in June, actually. I
It's
just
just
looked it up.
guys.
Very interesting.
A heads up.
How to compete in that for real, Anthony?
Mm-hmm.
How many makers would you have to have in you? Or could you just go out there and just enjoy the moment and have fun with it? Because I think you could.
Yeah.
But I think the better version, the more competitive ride would come from Anthony with makers.
Yeah, I agree. Probably about 4 or 5 at that point. For me to really just get into my hobby horse routine, yeah, about 4 or 5. At 2, I'm like, okay, guys, that would be funny. At 3, I would say, yeah, that'd be funny, but internally, I'd start to think about it. At 4, I'm starting to get stretched out. At 5, I want to win. I don't know what I need to do. I don't know what
the criteria is. If it's speed, if it's tricks, if it's like, I don't know. We got to really dive into this.
Style, I'm sure, is a.
Yeah, I saw some of them wearing costumes. I don't know if that matters.
I'd get
or
in
if
a
they just
costume.
do it.
Sure. Something to look into for next year.
Yep.
Go ahead, Marsh.
Question number 2.
From the 434, who can the Cards realistically, stylistically acquire from Montgomery and Flaherty? And what are the odds/likelihood that they can get at least one player with a chance to contribute to the rotation in 2024? Is it worth even moving them if such a pitcher isn't likely to be dealt to St. Louis?
We'll tell you at 5:15. Absolutely. We'll give you a tease. Absolutely. 100%. Yes.
Oh, I found some real gems.
We have fun with trades. We all made some trades before the show. We all chose one different team to choose to trade with. The answer to that question, that the last part of it at least, is yes. You can get something in return. You'd be surprised. See, Cardinals fans haven't been in this spot, which is nice because we've always been like talking about who can they buy, who can they buy. But these entitled, you know what's.
There it is.
These spoiled, entitled, you know what's.
That's Anthony Stalter.
Don't know the other side of it. That when teams are contending. Like legit contending, not just for division, not just to hang a division banner.
Bite your tongue.
But to actually win a title, like a hobby horse championship.
Yeah.
You're willing to pony up.
Huh.
Pun intended on that one. Yeah.
I was just going to let that marinate.
I figured you'd like it.
I did like it.
Good. 5:15, we'll tell you who we're going to acquire and who we're trading.
Could be fun.
Damn right it'll be fun, Randy.
Absolutely.
You're damn right.
Question number 3.
Question 3, please.
From the 314, if you were to win an ESPY award, which award would you like to win?
Male Athlete of the Year. Is that an award?
Yeah, I was going to go with Outstanding Male Athlete of the Year. Is that an award?
Yeah.
Actually, you know what? I'd rather win the Outstanding Performance. Yep.
In what?
Hobby horse.
You pick.
Jamie doesn't want to say it.
What?
You know what?
I don't know if that's a sport.
It should be.
Question number 4.
Question 4, please.
From the 314. Why are you guys so rainbows and sunshine and lollipops for the Blues, but hate the Cardinals?
Oh, well, we were very critical of the Blues all season long. And it's not that we're rainbow and unicorns and lollipops for the Blues right now. We simply talked about Doug Armstrong being aggressive and actually fulfilling what he said he was going to do.
Yeah.
And the Cardinals haven't had a chance to do it, and they still are losing a lot of baseball games. So I think it's probably actually pretty accurate.
I mean, this one's easy. It's the off season where dreams can come true.
Oh, everybody's got a chance right now.
Absolutely. Mm-hmm. The Cardinals we're still in hell with the Cardinals. It's darkness all around us. Can't see. Wait 2 months?
We're in
3
Anthony's
months?
basement.
We're in my basement right now, but in 3 months, we'll tell you how good the Cardinals are going to be. It's the cycle.
Totally is.
It's easy. Why are you down on the Cardinals? They stink. Why are you high on the Blues? It's the offseason. Everybody's in the best shape of their lives.
Yeah.
They're going to win it all.
Yeah.
Question number 5,
please.
Well, that's an interesting one. From the 217, would you rather be vegan for the rest of your life or smell like poop the rest of your life?
Vegan. I don't want to smell like poop. I hate to give up meat, but I'm not going to smell like poop. Come on.
Can you mask it somehow?
Probably not. It's poop. You could like spray cologne, but it's going to smell like the cologne mixed with poop. No. Give me the vegetables.
Yeah.
I don't want to smell like poop.
It's not even close. Yeah. I have a glitch in the system where I cannot smell bad. Like Ashley would tell you. Like I'm always
like you physically can't smell bad, or you just want to smell bad.
My personal pet peeve in life is people who have the ability to not smell bad, but they stink.
Yeah, no.
And so I'm always like, okay, close quarters with people. I'll give a little, make sure. And if I feel like
sniff.
even there's a little bit, I've got the little deodorant. I've got the to-go kit with me all the time.
That's just common decent.
I do not like to smell like poop.
You're a decent human being.
I try,
Jimmy.
Anthony.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So so smelling like poop would not be feasible for me.
Good call.
I'm also going with eating vegan the rest of my life over smelling like poop.
Mm-hmm.
I've had some vegan stuff before, but I didn't know it was vegan, and it tasted pretty decent. So I was like,
Yeah, I'll get by with that. You couldn't get by smelling like crap.
No.
You wouldn't enjoy the meat. Here's a nice steak, but I'm smelling poo.
You're right. Your senses, the way it works is your nose smells it, then the taste is created.
Exactly.
So you'd feel like you're eating poop.
Right. No, thank you.
Yeah, no thanks.
oh, is that a thing?
It is. Absolutely.
Yeah. Why do you think you smell your food before you eat it?
Smell? Oh no, I knew that.
What part did you not know?
What parts?
I don't know.
Surprise.
Okay.
I don't know. I did see this new TikTok trend that's going on where this video, this lady,
yes,
she's eating broccoli and she'll sniff chocolate. She'll sniff it. She'll just sniff the out of it.
Gets her
and
nose
then
right
eat
in
the
there.
chocolate. Or not the chocolate, she eats the broccoli.
But the broccoli tastes like chocolate, see? So if you smelled the poop all the time, you dove into a Wagyu beef, it'd be like Wagyu poop.
But can you smell?
Not up in here.
Can you smell yourself, though?
Yeah. Of course you can.
Yes.
Unless you're
you ever have a really good workout, but maybe you took the shower the previous morning, so the deodorant is, on its last leg. You have a nice workout. Maybe it's a cardio workout, and all of a sudden you're like, oh, no. So, yes, you can smell yourself.
What if this, though? What if you couldn't smell yourself, but then, Marcia, we come into the office every day with you, and you're sitting over there in the corner, and now I'm smelling you smell like poop, and I've got to eat my wonderful sandwich, but now my sandwich tastes like crap.
No, you got to be let go.
Wow, that's like poop inception.
Yeah, it's not healthy.
That would suck.
How's that meat? How's that meat tasting?
It stinks, Anthony.
You got no job. Nobody. You got no significant other. You got no life. You just sit there in your apartment, eating
smelling
meat
like poop
and smelling like poop. No,
God,
no.
Son, what a life!
All right, that was a very interesting sports six pack. We got what's trending coming up next on 101 ESPN.
What's trending in the world of sports? The Fast Lane has you covered. What's trending now?
Brought to you by Goodwill. Donate to Goodwill and get a half-price Cardinals ticket voucher.
Welcome back to the Fast Lane here on 101 ESPN. Anthony Stalter, Jamie Rivers, I'm Andrew Marsh, and it's time for What's Trending. Anthony, the 2024 St. Louis Cardinals schedule has been released, and we've talked all day long about this team needing pitching, not just today, but literally all season long. We've talked about this team needing pitching, and the schedule has been different this year. Well, they'll take on the Dodgers and the San Diego Padres on the road to start off the 2024 season. What do you guys think about this? And they end the year against Colorado and San Francisco on the road. So usually those games that you can maybe get back in September, you're not going to be able to do that anymore.
Yeah, I think that's the key, Marsh. When you're talking about a balanced schedule, you're talking about not having an opportunity, in this case with the Reds being in first place, or in years past with the Brewers being in first place, to catching those teams if you are behind. Or, I don't know, it'd be nice to get into first place and then have those teams not be able to catch you because you're not playing head-to-head. That's the difference. I actually think it creates this balanced schedule. It's almost more fair from the standpoint of, if you're going to win your division, you're going to do it by being one of the best teams in the league, as opposed to just being the best of the 5 pieces of trash that are in your division. You know, like the American League Central this year.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking, too. Good call, Anthony.
Did you see today on Twitter a lot of Yankees fans think that they're going to get Nolan Arenado?
No, I saw more that they were eyeballing Shohei Ohtani.
I did see that, too.
And then, Anthony, I've got some bad news for you. Let's see here. It appears there's a report out that the Dodgers are interested in acquiring right-hander Lucas Giolito.
No.
Yeah.
I've got a trade for them coming up in 10 minutes that they're going to love.
Looks like we got to scrap it.
Yeah, man. Well, did you say that because you know I'm trading with the Dodgers, or because you know I like Giolito?
Because of all talk of Giolito and Dylan Cease, but
we're going to get Giolito in the offseason.
Okay.
We're probably not. Cardinals will lowball them. Go to a better team. Cardinals will finish second. Tell everybody that they're in on them, but they really weren't.
Well,
It sounds personal.
It's a whole thing.
Sounds personal. Oh, I like that.
We talked with Matt Holliday earlier today, talking about the second half and what players need to be better and whatnot. And Jack Flaherty, he was a name that came up. Jordan Montgomery, he was a name that came up. For them, though, do we need them to be good to up their stock, or is the stock already what it is right now when it comes to the trade deadline in the market?
I think it's mostly set.
Okay.
But don't get hurt. So in Montgomery's case, get healthy again.
Yeah, because he's not healthy. In fact,
yeah,
the starters for the Cardinals, did we talk about who they've named yet?
No.
Okay, so Friday, Miles Michaelis. Saturday, Steven Matz. Sunday, Jack Flaherty. With no mention of Jordan Montgomery.
Well, that sucks big time.
If you're the Cardinals and you've got Jordan Montgomery right now on the IL, or he's just injured, are you holding him out? I would hold him out to the very end.
If he's hurt, you're saying?
Because if he goes out there, let's say he feels okay and he's like, I think I can muscle through a start here, Skip. Right. I'm like, take another week.
Yeah.
Because we're, 2.5 weeks from the trade deadline? Not even? Maybe-ish right in there?
So, the key there being that he's not 100%.
How many starts is he going to get? 2? Right. If he's perfectly healthy, he'd get 2 starts between now and then.
Yep.
So, I'm going to give him an extra week. And then if I still think that he's going to be just getting healthy right until the deadline, and then he'll have a clean bill of health from all the doctors. So anybody who wants to trade for him can contact your medical team, and he can go do testing if you have to, whatever you want to do.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know if I'm risking him getting out there and popping that thing again.
No, especially if he's like 70% or something.
Yeah.
I agree.
Jamie, you might know a little bit about this. This was an interesting piece of information that came across our news feed earlier today, but the Arizona Coyotes placing Alex Galchenyuk on unconditional waivers for purposes of terminating his contract. The team said that they will have no further comment. Could be an off-ice situation, but that was a player that, I believe he just signed with the team.
Yeah, so he signed like 12 days ago, and I'm reading up right now that he is being terminated for something that they found out about off the ice. Greg Wyshynski tweets that he spoke with an agent today about Galchenyuk, and the details Katie Strang laid out will be interesting to see how the NHLPA approaches this contract termination regarding precedent. Don't think we're done with this story. So then when you click to Katie Strang, she has a whole article how he was arrested on July 9th. I'm trying to find out here on the fly what he was arrested for. But apparently on July 9th, he was arrested. Charges including private property, hit and run, disorderly conduct, failure to obey, resisting arrest, and threatening or intimidating. Scottsdale Police Department confirmed regarding the hit and run incident. Police said that it was only property damage and no injuries. So it sounds like he got himself into a bender as far as getting a little too intoxicated of some kind. And he had a bad night, a really bad night. And now the Coyotes are like, but I don't know if that's grounds for contract termination.
Maybe there's more to the story.
I know. That's maybe more details to come. I don't know.
All right, that's Jamie Rivers and Andrew Marsh. I'm Anthony Stalter. It's Fastlane on 101 ESPN. As I teased earlier, we got fun with trades. Jamie made a trade. Marsh made a trade. I made a trade. Find out where we sent certain Cardinals and what we got in return next on 101 ESPN. Jamie came up with this idea yesterday as we were leaving the studio. He said, what if we had some fun with some trades? We all choose one team. We decide who we want to trade with. And we do some research to see what the Cardinals could get in return. And I thought it was a great idea. Marsh was in on it too. And Marsh has basically ruined himself this entire day trying to make hypothetical trades that make sense and that are intriguing and that he likes. We basically lost Marsh all day today because of this little project.
He's been very intense about
He's been
this.
very intense.
I don't know if we should let him go first or last. Like, does he lead off or clean up?
Do you need more time? I guess is the question, Marsh.
I have everything that I need. I actually made 2 different trades.
Okay.
With 2 different sets of players.
All right. Okay. Sounds good. Well, Jamie, I was going to give you honors, but should we let Marsh do it?
I want Marshy to decide.
I want Jamie to go because he spent not only all day, but he spent all night doing his trades too.
All right.
Well, it wasn't all night, but I did spend about 45 minutes in this interweb world.
Jamie, go. Who you trading with? Who you trading? Who you trading for?
So I started looking around and looking at teams that are good that need pitching.
Mm-hmm.
And I found myself over in the American League. And when I looked around the American League, I found a team that why have I got that? I found a team that is currently in second place in their division that have made a lot of noise with very little to no pitching.
Okay.
The Baltimore Orioles. Looking at the Baltimore Orioles.
Did you get us Jackson?
No.
Oh.
Well, you have to listen, Anthony.
Sorry.
It's part of the exercise.
Okay.
So they're 54-35, 2 games back of the Tampa Bay Rays. They're leading in the wild card, though. But their pitching has been average at best. They don't really have an innings eater. It hasn't been great. So I thought I'd pick up the phone and give them a call. Jordan Montgomery is kind of what they need. They need a guy who's pretty steady, that can eat some innings and just provide some adequate pitching. He would be an upgrade right now over what they currently have. And so in order for that deal to happen, I went through their farm system and their prospect list and their current roster, and I found not one, but 2 players that I feel like you could get in return, because the Orioles are in a situation where, like, they're definitely going to have to address this area. And they've got a lot of prospects, because I think the Orioles, this has been more fast-tracked than they thought it would be.
Mm-hmm.
So I isolated a kid named D.L. Hall. He's a left-handed pitcher. He has a fastball that hits over 100 miles an hour. His average on his fastball is 96.5 miles per hour.
Wow.
He's got some swing and miss in him. He's got a 4-pitch repertoire. Obviously, we talked about the fastball. He's got a changeup, he's got the breaking ball, and he's got what they call a slow curve. Kind of loops in there.
Mm-hmm.
Now, he's only 24 years old, and he's projected to be a big league starter pitcher in the year 2024.
Okay.
So this falls into the category like you talked about, Anthony. Get me a guy that, if we have to, we can close out the season with him.
Yep.
Put him in there. But next year you have a young prospect. And this guy here, high end. I think he's number 8 on their prospect list for the Orioles.
Perfect.
So I like that. And then to clean it up a little bit more, Seth Johnson is a right-handed pitcher a little further down in their depth chart. He's also 24 years old, also looking at 24 or 25, 2024, 2025 for his big league entrance.
Okay.
He's got a 98-mile-per-hour fastball. In his last 7 starts at high A ball, he was 41 strikeouts to 11 walks.
Mm-hmm.
So he's got some strikeout stuff in his repertoire. He was let's see here. He was part of the trade last year with Trey Mancini with the Astros.
Mm-hmm.
So finding his way back finding his way to the Orioles via that. Here's the one, though, that sold it for me. And this is the one I'm going to circle right now. He was a 40th pick in 2019. Do you have an idea of who picked him? Who drafted him?
Houston.
No. The Tampa Bay Rays.
Oh, they can draft.
That tells me all I need to know.
Good call.
So he was involved in a 3-team trade that sent Mancini to the Astros.
Mm-hmm.
This kid here is my throw-in, but I feel like could be sneaky. If the Tampa Bay Rays had this guy earmarked, and then they somehow used him in a trade that got Trey Mancini to the Astros last year, I think we need to be aware of this guy. So I'm trading Monty for DL Hall and Seth Johnson with the Orioles.
Okay. So you got us a pitcher.
I have 2 pitchers.
You got 2 pitchers, one a little bit later on.
Yeah.
But the other kid there could be a part of your rotation next year.
Could be.
Okay. Jamie, well done. I like what you did. Marsh, I can't wait to hear what you did. You've been agonizing over this. I can't wait.
So I'll start with, I'll just do one of them for right now. I am trading Jordan Montgomery and Jordan Hicks to the New York Yankees.
Whoa.
Okay.
I like what you said the other day about him wanting to be a Yankee again. And so it reminded me of when Jose Barrios was traded from the Twins to the Blue Jays. And then he re-signed with the Blue Jays for 7 years. So I'm thinking, okay, maybe it could be something similar to that deal. And so I was looking at, who they got and whatnot. And that was just for one player, so I figured I'd throw in 2. Right now, I think the one guy that I'm looking at that has starter stuff, that he's been with the club, and he's posted some decent numbers pitching for him, is Randy Vasquez. He's 1-1, a 1.17 ERA, and 15 1/3 pitched with the big club. Then he is the 12th prospect in their system. Okay. I'm also looking, this could be a stretch here. Drew Thorpe, he is their 6th prospect.
Okay.
He's 8-1. He is in high A ball right now, so he won't help you probably until the ETA for him is around 2025. So he's not going to help you for next year, but he's 8-1. He's got 101 strikeouts right now. He's dealing pretty good. And then I'm looking at the number 27 prospect as well, Sean Boyle. Last year, he was 13-5. He had 160 strikeouts in 155 in a 3rd inning and had a 3.71 ERA. This year, not as great. He's 2-3, has 36 strikeouts. But you're getting the 6th, the 12th, and the 27th prospect from the Yankees for Jordan Hicks, if you could re-sign him. Or not, Jordan Hicks and Jordan Montgomery. Okay. So all pitchers.
So who's do you have anybody that? So Jamie, I think the key what Jamie said was, because if you're listening right now, we're throwing a lot at you. So yeah. Jamie traded essentially a rental in Montgomery on an expiring deal. So you're not going to re-sign him. And Jamie got us at least one guy in the rotation for next year.
My guy is Randy Vasquez.
Who could be in the rotation?
Could be that. I'm not saying he's going to be like a number 1 or a number 2, but he's a guy that 4A guy who has pitched in the minors. He's a decent prospect for the Yankees, and he's already pitched, for the Yankees so far this year and showed some promise. That is just one of my deals. I'll let you go again. I'll let you go next because I have another deal that might be better than this one.
Okay. I made a deal with the Dodgers, and I also traded Jordan Montgomery.
Poor Monty.
Yeah. Well, but he was going to get dealt
He's going to fetch probably the most.
And exactly, because I thought about, Flaherty with the Dodgers, it makes a lot of sense. Flaherty, I don't think is going to net you as much as Jordan Montgomery, who's very steady. You know what you're getting. And the Dodgers certainly need pitching right now. The Dodgers could also use an outfielder. And at first I thought, well, how about Tyler O'Neill? And I'll get one of their better pitching prospects and, somebody that could be down the road, O'Neill. But O'Neill's hurt. We don't know what we're going to do with O'Neill.
Yeah.
Jamie, I pitched this to you earlier.
Oh, I like what you did there.
I put Dylan Carlson in this trade.
Well, I cannot wait to hear the return.
A young, cost-controlled outfielder. Doesn't matter what you think about Carlson right now, and if you don't think he's going to pan out, he's still, as Jamie mentioned earlier, he's still 24 years old. Young, cost-controlled, and he's got big league time already. So I'm trading a rental in Montgomery and Dylan Carlson, again, young cost control outfielder, and I'm getting 3 pitchers back from the Dodgers. I am getting back their number 6 overall prospect, their number 8 overall prospect, and their 9th overall prospect.
Man, I don't know if you're getting that.
3 pitchers.
I don't know if you're getting that. That seems like a pretty lopsided deal.
So I went to this trade simulator thing.
Uh-huh.
And granted, it's just whatever. It's their own viewpoint of it. But the total value for the Dodgers is 39.10. 39.10. Cardinals value is 42.20. So you're pretty close. So 42.39. Cardinals get a little bit more. But I had to include Carlson
to get it there.
But the 3 pitchers, I'll give you the names. Emmett Sheehan, he actually was in Double-A, but they brought him up to the big leagues. He's skipped Triple-A thus far, so he's already in the big leagues right now. Forsaro, who is in Double-A with an ETA of 2024, and Nastrini, who's in Double-A with an ETA of 2024. I'll get one of those guys into my rotation in the second half, that being Sheehan, with the possibility of one of those other guys also joining the rotation. I've basically revamped the starting pitching with young, cost-controlled pitching, and it cost me a rental in Montgomery, but one of my outfielders.
I like it.
Then I was going to turn around and trade Goldschmidt for one of the top outfield prospects, but I couldn't find a match. The Astros farm system is actually it's pretty picked over.
What about Goldie to the Astros for some pitching?
They don't have it. They have big league pitching, but they don't have. That was my thought. My thought was to go to the Astros first and use Goldschmidt, like I've been talking about. However, if you look at Houston's prospects, their top prospect is only ranked, and this is just MLB.com's rankings. Okay, it's not the end all be all, but it gives us an idea. The top prospect for the Astros is an outfielder, Drew Gilbert, who's 72nd overall. If you go to Houston's prospect rankings and you look at their top 10 guys, they're all outfielders. They don't have top-end pitching right now in their system. What you could do, if they're willing to do it, is maybe a Goldie and Flaherty to Houston.
Yeah, they're not
for one of their major league pitchers, but they're in contention.
Why the hell would they do that?
Exactly.
Yeah, they don't need that.
But I did revamp the pitching staff.
Yeah.
For the next couple of years, but it cost me Carlson and Montgomery.
All right. What's DJ Marshy Marsh got for us here?
I don't know.
Batting cleanup with. He's still generating trades over there as we speak.
Yeah, there's a couple different ones. I'm also on the trade generator. The first one I had, was.
It at least gives you an idea of,
Yeah, it does. The other team was the Mariners. Bryce Miller, who's one of their young pitchers, and this other guy, Prelander Baroa, who is one of their prospects, but those two for Tommy Edman, Jack Flaherty, Juan Yepes. So those were one. And then this Logan Gilbert guy just really gets me going. Like he's going to be a good pitcher. So I took out Bryce Miller, and Logan Gilbert's going to cost a little bit more, but I threw Edman, Carlson, and Burleson in there as well.
Burleson.
Wow. And I even threw Jack Flaherty in there, too.
Oh, my goodness.
And it still did not equate to how good this Gilbert guy's going to be.
Yeah, because he's a big league pitcher. He's young. He's cost controlled. You're not talking about a AAA guy.
No.
You're talking about a pitcher right now that's already in the big leagues. Mm-hmm. It gives you, it's fun, though. The exercise I thought was interesting because I had started off, like I said before, with Houston. But when you really look at Houston's farm system, they don't really match with the Cardinals, despite me saying, well, I'll just trade them to Houston. I kind of figured they had pitching. They don't. Well, then I looked at Atlanta, but Atlanta doesn't need a ton. Mm-hmm. They're pretty set. They may add some bullpen help, but other than that, you're not getting top-end guys. So then I kind of circled back to like the Rays, but I don't know how much the Rays are going to be willing to give you. I landed on the Dodgers because the Dodgers are the one team that's a contender that has pitching. They're pitching rich in their farm system. So I think that makes the most sense. And if you're willing, again, to give up a Carlson, and I don't want to trade Carlson, but do I want to, if I have to, because they need outfield help and pitching help, If I have to give up Carlson to revamp my pitching staff for the next 2 years, I would do so.
I'd give up Carlson and Edman for this guy.
For Logan Gilbert.
Logan Gilbert, yeah.
You're sick. You're
I'm
sick in the head. Yeah, you're sick in the head. Yeah, a little bit,
Really?
but I like it. I like your line of thinking.
I'm sick in the head for trading Edman and Carlson, but you're not for trading Goldschmidt.
That's correct. Yeah.
Makes sense.
You're learning.
There we go.
There we go. All right, that's DJ Marshy Marsh there. It's the Fast Lane on 101 at ESPN. Jamie is out of here. He's going down to the lake.
Yeah, baby.
Tomorrow will be Dan McLaughlin. In fact, Marsh is gone too.
I'm going away as well.
So it's Dan McLaughlin, myself. Actually, let me do this correctly. It'll be Bradford Bruns.
Yes.
It'll be Dan McLaughlin, and it will be me. The Anthony Stalter. I'll do both. Me, the Anthony Stalter.
There you go. Now you checked everything.
Yes, there you go. So, Jamie, we'll see you next week, buddy.
You got it, buddy.
Have
Thank
fun.
you. Oh, I will.
That's Jamie Rivers.
By the way,
BTW.
we never went over this, but someone texted in after the fact. I believe you said that they were called reflective nouns or something. Reflective.
Yeah, whoever was.
Yeah, I don't know. It was words I could barely.
So someone else texted in and said that person who texted in to us was wrong. They're reflexive nouns or something like that.
Oh, well, geez, who are we going to believe now?
That's the thing. I don't know who to believe these
now
days.
I'm really conflicted. What are we going to do?
Reflective, reflexive.
If the person we're taking advice from was also wrong, then where are we at now?
I'll tell you what, guys.
know.
I'm going to take the weekend to figure it out.
Good idea. All right, we'll see you. It's the Fast Lane on 101 ESPN. We've got the biggest question of the day next. Well, if I have any questions when it comes to the market, when it comes to inflation, when it comes to what the Federal Reserve is doing, we always get our guy Stewie on the line, and he's joining us right now. And Stewie, one of the big topics of conversation, of course, has been about inflation. Where are we at right now?
Inflation has gone down. The CPI report came out yesterday, and 3% is where we are today, the best we've seen in a very long time. That's causing mortgage rates to actually go down. Now, you know, Anthony, at the end of this month, the Federal Reserve is going to be meeting, and they're still poised to raise interest rates. That means if you have credit cards or you have a home equity line of credit, those numbers are going to go up, while long-term mortgage rates, which are fixed, unlike those other vehicles, are going to go down. So your best bet is if you're accruing that debt and those numbers are coming out, and now we're seeing people struggle with those home equity lines because the rates are 10, 12, 15%, you ought to go ahead and refinance, get a fixed rate, consolidate that debt, improve your cash flow, and be in a much better position. So keep in mind, those rates are going up. Regular rates are actually, long-term rates are actually going down.
You heard the man. Give him a call right now. Talk to him about refinancing. Or if you're purchasing, Stewie's also great in that area as well, because he's going to help you save money. So if you're serious about saving money over the course of your home loan, or if you are purchasing a home, you want to save money up front, don't forget to ask him about his bagel loan program. He's outstanding. It's Stewie from Stewart's American Mortgage Corporation. Tell him Stalter and Rivers told you to call as well. It's 314-324-4440. You can always Google the bagel loan. Stewie, have a great day.
Have a good night, guys.
NMLS number 226715.
I'm Andrew Marsh. It's time for a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Cardinals back in action tomorrow, taking on the Nationals. 7:15 first pitch. We talk Cardinals baseball all day long, including having a conversation, multiple conversations, that is, with our guy Matt Holliday. If you missed that interview, make sure you go to 101ESPN.com or check out the 101 mobile app. It's all brought to you by Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers. City SC last night lost to LAFC by a final score of 3-0. They'll be back in action this Saturday, taking on Inter Miami at home. I'm Andrew Marsh, and this Sports Center update is brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
It's time for the Fast Lane's biggest question of the day.
All right, time for the biggest question of the day in the Fast Lane on 101 ESPN with Andrew Marsh. I'm Anthony Stalter. What do you got, Marsh?
Yeah, we got a question from the 314 asking, hey, Anthony, I only caught about half of what you were saying about the Cardinals. Did you say they need to change their vision? What the heck, man?
Oh, yeah. So that's from the first. That was from the first segment of the day today, and I don't know how Jamie and I got talking about it, but what I was saying was that if you're the Cardinals and you merely just look at a retool being changing the pitching staff enough to just win the division next year, I think it would be a fatal mistake. If you look at this season and how it has played out, and you think about next year dealing with a balanced schedule like you had this year, i.e. you don't have an opportunity to just pick on a bad NL Central division, then you need to rechange your vision. You need to completely revamp things. And Jamie's point was you need to take things one step at a time. If they finish in last or fourth place this year, the first step would be, hey, win the division again next year. Figure it out make your changes, add to your pitching staff, and then hopefully you win your division next year. I think that's been the Cardinals' approach, and I think that would be a mistake. I think this year is not a one-off, and I think this year provides you an opportunity, if you're the Cardinals, to really look back and look at the mistakes that have been made over the last couple of years to lead you to this point, i.e. one of the biggest ones is just do enough to get into the postseason. That hasn't worked. You lost in 2019. You went to the NLCS in 2019. Since that point, I would argue, each year you have gotten worse in one way or another. 2020, you made it. That was the pandemic year. You lost to the Padres, I believe, and then 21 was the Dodgers walk-off wild card loss. Last year, of course, you lost back-to-back games to the Phillies in the wild card round. What have you done differently to match up with the Braves, to match up with the Dodgers, to match up with the top dogs in the National League? In my estimation, you've done nothing, certainly from a pitching standpoint. Now, from a position player standpoint, you could argue the Cardinals have built an excellent offense, one that's capable of winning multiple playoff series. I know they didn't a year ago. I know the pitching was good a year ago, but I've made this argument before. If you got beyond the Phillies, were you going to match up with some of the better teams in the National League last year? No. You didn't have the pitching a year ago. Look at what the Nationals did in 2019. They had a decent year. It wasn't great by any, from a regular season standpoint, it was fine. They got banged up. Then they got their players healthy, but they had a 1 through 4 in the rotation that were absolutely lights out, that wound up winning a World Series. The Braves this year are absolutely stacked. You need to change the vision to see, okay, why are we so far behind the Braves? The Braves have spent money, but they've only spent money after establishing a core. And that being, of course, Acuna, Albies, Michael Harris, who was a rookie last year, taking a small step back this year. But once they had that core, And forget it, look, you get the pitching, you get the pitch stud pitching too. Once they had that in place, then they added Matt Olson a year ago. Then they added Sean Murphy this past offseason. You use the offseason to put you over the top, not to fill gaps that you missed because you didn't draft well enough. That, to me, is what free agency is all about. And if the Cardinals continue to say, or from an organizational standpoint, internally, hey, just win the division and see what happens, you're not actually improving anything. Just going from 4th place this year, 5th place, wherever they wind up finishing, or who knows, maybe they have a good second half and they finish in 3rd. Who cares? We're not that far off from winning the division again next year. And you make average moves in the offseason or don't do enough at the deadline to set you up for success, and you merely win the division next year. Good luck, because you're going to get your ass kicked again in the first round. That's going to be it. So that's what I meant. If you only heard like half of that, I get maybe what you're saying. Like, hey, the Cardinals have had all this success. Why do they need to change the vision? That's what I was talking about. Don't just win the division. Figure out why these teams are lapping you now, the good teams. And heck, even figure out why, forget the Braves and the Dodgers for a second. You're never going to be the Mets from a spending standpoint. You're never going to be a Phillies from a spending standpoint. Why are the Marlins significantly better than you this year? Why have the Diamondbacks turned things around? Why have the Giants, who missed out on Aaron Judge and Carlos Correa in the offseason, still figured out a way to put a team together after, again, missing out on 2 stars? They're 49-41, and they play in a much tougher division. 4 of the 5 teams in the NL West have a positive run differential. The Padres are having a quote-unquote bad year, and they are based on expectations. They got a plus 39 run differential. You got a minus 33. So why are those teams, Giants, Diamondbacks, Marlins, who are not spending buku bucks, the Reds in your own division, why have they seemingly lapped you now or have taken a lead on you? There's one thing to say with the Phillies and the Mets, and they're spending big-time money. Okay. Padres making all these big moves. You got other teams in the National League who have been better than you, and I think that's part of the vision that I'm talking about. Figuring out why you have fallen behind here. Because, again, I'll repeat myself. This is, to me, it's not a one-off year. This is not a one-off. This is not oh, geez, you just got hurt. Who's hurt? I would understand if Nolan Arenado and Paul Goldschmidt, you had just a bad injury situation. Like, man, that went sideways in a hurry. No, you didn't execute this year. Fundamentals went out the window. The pitching staff needs to be completely overhauled. That's not a one-off. It's not an aberration. So that's what I meant by the vision aspect. It's Fastlane on 101 ESPN. We have an exclusive with John Foselak next on potential trades. I'm sure John was listening, and he probably didn't like some of the trades that we made. So we'll hear his mic drop, and we'll wrap up the show next in the Fastlane on 101 ESPN. you missed anything from today's show, you can download the podcast. All brought to you by Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers. Find the podcast at 101ESPN.com or your 101 ESPN mobile app. Had a fun show today. We talked to Matt Holliday, back-to-back segments. You're not going to want to miss what he said about watching Tink Hence at the MLB Futures game. He also had some thoughts on the Cardinals' first-round pick, who he had followed a little bit over the last couple of years because Oklahoma State, his work with Oklahoma State and his brother who coaches there. So Matt Holliday had some thoughts on the Cardinals' future players. Also talked to Matt about who needs to have a big second half. And he shared some thoughts on what it's like to know that you're going to be dealt and what that process is like at the deadline. So Matt Holliday, great stuff from him. We also talked to Chris Kerber about the Blues adding or bringing back Oscar Sundqvist. How do they add some physicality to their game? Talked to him about the 9 defensemen and what that's going to look like as well. Talked about trades. We had fun with trades. Marsh made a trade with the Yankees. Jamie made a trade with the Orioles, and I made a trade with the Dodgers. So you can find out who we dealt for, and who we dealt with. So again, fun with trades. But without further ado, speaking of which, we have our own exclusive. Martin Kilcoyne of Fox 2 had his exclusive with John Mo Zaylock. And of course, we have our exclusive with John Fo Zaylock. So without further ado, here's a mic drop.
So, I think that was a fun segment. I actually enjoyed listening to that. And sure, right, I'll admit it. It's that time of year where my main focus is on how I can make my roster better, what trades can be out there. And, I did want to confer with you guys on a potential deal on how I could construct the roster. And I know you're not going to know the settings, but for the league, but, I could keep Justin Herbert in round 1. I got my main dog, A.J. Brown, in round 4, and I could keep a guy like Kenneth Walker in round 10. Now, it's a 2-quarterback league, so the alternative, and I can't do some of these combinations, would be to not keep Herbert. I could keep A.J. Brown. I could keep Kenneth Walker, but then also keep a guy like Geno Smith and Jordan Love. And Geno Smith would be in round 10 as well, and Jordan Love would be in the last round. So obviously 2-quarterback league, these guys fly off the board. So, I could go with that first option and float and dangle Geno Smith and Jordan Love out there. It holds a lot of equity. Maybe get a higher pick, but, Gersh, he's unable to put this into the MLB The Show trade tracker because it's NFL.
So essentially, we helped out John, so John is now needing some help too.
Well, Anthony, I don't know what to say to John Fozelak. I'm not in a 2-quarterback league.
You got to keep Herbert.
You have to keep Herbert. Absolutely.
2-quarterback leagues they're a lot, dude.
I've never played in one, so I'm not even going to pretend to know how to navigate those waters.
Yeah.
I will say A.J. Brown helped me win a championship this past year, along with my guy, Jalen Hurts. I definitely recommend the quarterback wide receiver combo. So do with that what you will.
The 2-man stack.
The 2-man stack.
Yeah. If you're playing in a 2-quarterback league and you go with average quarterbacks,
you're going to lose.
You're going to lose. I did that. First time I ever played in one was a couple of years ago. And they changed the format. And they said, we're going 2 quarterbacks. I'm like, okay. I was smartest man in the room.
Yeah.
All the quarterbacks started to fly off. No problem. I just kept adding running backs and wide receivers, and I got to a point where I'm like, all right, now all these guys got their quarterbacks.
Yeah.
They don't need any more. Now I'll grab 2. I grabbed 2 average QBs, Marsh. I finished in dead last.
There you go. And you're trying to convince us that you need to be the GM, that we need to trade Paul Goldschmidt?
No, it's baseball, Marsh.
No, that's true.
This is football.
That's your sport.
Look, I get it. The Finches were a bad idea. No, Herbert. You got to keep Herbert. If it's 2-quarterback league, forget it.
We got a compliment from Swan today. Awesome show today, guys. I love the Cards trade talk. We had a lot of people that love the trade segment. So maybe we'll do that again at some point. But
I was a little nervous that we were getting too far into the weeds with stuff. But we get so many questions. What can you get? So to actually do some fun research, and again, we're going on MLB.com's rankings.
Right.
We're also using a trade simulator that is set up for the standpoint of doing like we're doing for fun. But I thought that actually making some hypothetical trades was fun, so I'm glad people enjoyed it.
He says, I also think that DeWallet is going to up the wallet this offseason and let Mo become a little more unhinged and have some more freedom spending than in past years. Marshy, enjoy your 3-day weekend. Anthony, I'll be back ready to listen tomorrow.
Thank you, Swan. We appreciate you listening every day and very active on Twitter and social media. We appreciate you.
It's actually a 4-day weekend for me.
You're off Monday, too.
I won't be here Monday.
Marsh is going hanging out with his buddies up in Minnesota.
Yes, I am.
So Jamie's going to the lake.
Something I literally said they were going to lose the division, and now I have to go up there.
Oh, man. You should have thought about that. So Dan McLaughlin and Bradford Bruns. Bradford Bruns will be filling in for Marsh, and Dan will be with me tomorrow, filling in for Jamie. Looking forward to that show. Bradford Bruns, for those that don't know, Bradford was one of the producers of The Fast Lane. He was actually the person that I replaced. He left. He was pursuing other things, so he left on his own accord. It wasn't like he got fired or anything like that, but he was the one that trained me about 10, 11 years ago. So looking forward to working with Bradford, who's doing some part-time work with us right now. All right, for Andrew Marsh and Jamie Rivers, I'm Anthony Stalter. We'll see you tomorrow at 2 o'clock. See you.